Trustee Major, are you on?
Trustee Major, can you hear us?
I did, yeah, and it's green. Is she on? Okay.
The center.
Have you received any comments that people can't hear us? Okay. Well, hearing 3 ayes and 1 nay, motion passes. Dr. Meyer, would you mind reading the district mission statement?
Sure. You want me to do that before the boards?
I'm sorry?
You want me to do that before the board of trustees mission?
Yes, please.
So our, I believe the words. Our daily mission is to maximize student learning and ensure every student, every learner is growing academically, socially, emotionally, and behaviorally every day in all environments.
Okay, thank you. Rob, would you mind reading the trustees mission statement?
Sure. The Lakewood Joint School Board, School District Board of Trustees is an elected body of community members committed to serving with honesty and integrity, nurturing a relationship of trust. We hear the voice of our constituents and represent their views of our district. We provide oversight of taxpayer funds through fiscal accountability. We govern through developing, upholding, and advancing policy for the purpose of forging an academic consensus. We create and empower well-rounded citizens while respecting parental authority. We promote individualism, nurture talents, encourage passion and opportunities within the Lakewood Joint School District.
Thank you. Right, next, we have patron input. Chrissy, I did see that people signed in here. Just one. Okay. Patron requesting to speak is Terry Skubitz.
My comments tonight are regarding the Lakeland School District Accountability Report on tonight's agenda. The district goals were to provide an academically rigorous program within a safe and supportive environment and with fiscally conservative approach. Dr. Meyer and staff and administrators of this district have done a stellar job in delivering their goals in the most difficult of circumstances. And as a patron and an employer in this area, I say thank you to the staff and Dr. Meyer. So this begs the question again, why did the board deny a contract to Dr. Meyer for the second year in a row? Dr. Meyer has clearly delivered on the goals of the district. Why have you effectively terminated him? What's your agenda? Regarding the proposed new rule 4110, public complaints under the category of community relations. This proposed rule could not be any further from community relations. On July 8th, board meeting trustee Thompson stated on the advice of council, trustees will no longer be responding in writing to patron questions and comments. You state in your first line of 4110 that you're interested in receiving valid complaints or suggestions. This new proposed policy states that the board will decide whether a complaint or comment is valid. How is that enhancing community relations? Moreover, as elected officials, it is your duty to represent the electorate, get their feedback, and respond to their concerns. By adopting this policy, you're insulating yourselves from the people you were elected to represent. Don't forget the parents and the patrons of this district have always had the power to decide, and we will.
Thank you for your input. Moving on to action items, we have the consent agenda. And breaking it apart, we have the minutes from the previous meeting. The minutes have been read, were provided previously. Does anyone have any corrections or modifications to the minutes?
I do not.
I don't.
Was that all the patron input we had?
Yep.
There were no
Just-
emails either?
We had several emails yesterday in regard to critical race theory being on the agenda that came directly to me. None of them stated they wanted them provided as patron
Okay.
input. I did respond to every one of those emails and received responses back from those patrons.
Come on in.
Sorry.
Not a worry. Come on in. Where are we? Oh. Okay, so they're having no corrections or modifications to the 7/8/21 regular board meeting minutes. I'd entertain a motion.
I move to approve the minutes of the previous meeting.
I'll second the motion.
Hearing a motion in a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. HR items, we have the HR memo. Do we have any comments or questions on the memo?
I do not.
I show that we're come on in.
Trustee Major was trying to talk first.
We'll wait since she is online.
Somebody wants to know. Do I want to call her on my phone and like that's what's happening?
Okay, I think that would be more appropriate.
I'll call her.
Can we not do it on?
Or we could do it on.
Call cannot be completed as dialed.
Do I dial 8? She knows if she texts her that it's going to be.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you, Trustee Major. You're on the speakerphone now.
I don't think I can have video. Okay, I don't think I can have video and,
We can,
the sound on at the same time.
we can hear you now, which is good for chair function. Are you good?
I can hear you.
Okay,
I
perfect.
have a question.
No worries. Right now, we're on the consent agenda and reviewing the HR items. I've asked if anyone has questions on the HR memo.
Did not have any questions. I did try to answer that for you, but
Okay.
no questions me on the memo. Thank you.
Okay. So on the HR memo, we are hiring a principal, but it's to my knowledge, we haven't received information on this principal, other than that we're just hiring her. Is that correct? I mean, I know she went through the hiring process, but nothing's been presented to the board that I'm aware of on this principal position.
I mean, what do you mean? You want to talk about it in the executive session? Is that what you're saying? Ask question?
That would be great.
Okay.
That would be great. Does it? All right, then I'd entertain a motion on the HR items.
I move to approve the HR items.
I'll second that.
Hearing a motion in a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Trustee Major, did you vote?
I'm negative on that as well.
All right. Hearing 3 nays, the HR items do not pass. The approval of them as presented. On the regular and special bills, do we have any questions or comments or concerns on the bills?
I just have one question. I would assume based on some of the bills in here that the modulars is set up then?
Yes, Trustee Irons, and at the end of my financial part, I just have to quickly reflect on pictures.
Cool.
I see where there are different line items based on cost of it, and, the site work and electric bill. Did we come in on our projected budget?
Yeah, we're in projected budget, and we still have a little bit of, I'll talk about that, final work left, like the sidewalks in, before, once those are in, we should get certificate of occupancy from the city.
Those are the only questions I have.
I had a question as far as the Chromebooks and their licensing and warranty and.
Trustee Major,
Yes.
we had a very loud fax machine sound coming from your end. I think it's gone now.
Okay.
She might want to put on mute if she's not in speak. Or just unmute it when she.
Trustee Major, we still have that sound coming from your end. It might be that you need to mute if you're not speaking, or move your phone away from your computer if you're near it.
Okay. I am muted. Why don't I try hooking up with my data, and you guys continue on for a moment, and I will see if I can fix this problem.
Okay.
Anyway, sorry about that. I just had a question about the 560 $1,000 for the Chromebook licenses and warranties, and if that's an annual renewal, or what is this actually covering?
That is, Trustee Grissom, that's the actual purchase of an additional 1,400 new devices, Chromebooks, and their warranties for just continuing the one-to-one initiative, because when we started several years ago, some of the older ones are sort of end of life and they're replacement and adding. These Chromebooks were specifically for the high school.
Okay.
Because there's another funding out there we haven't got approval of, we hope to get eventually. And we have the resources with the COVID dollars and technology funds to cover this. But they also came out with what they call the Emergency Connectivity Fund, which is part of the E-rate program. And you can apply for additional funding for either devices or for like mobile hotspots. So these qualify for that. So we're in the process of actually trying to get specific funding for this. The devices have to go home with the kids,
Okay.
the students. So that's why these were specifically bought for the high school, because they will be taking the Chromebooks back and forth as their one-to-one device. So, but I think we'll get that funding. If we don't, we still have other dollars that can cover the cost. But it's every year we're going to be buying about 1,400 Chromebooks every year to keep the one-to-one initiative going as they hit a Chromebooks, are really not high-end devices. They have a life of about 4 years. And so as year 4 drops off, you buy year 1, and it's just an ongoing expense for it to run the program.
Right. Okay, yep, all right. I wasn't aware that we still needed to do this rotation, because I thought during COVID, we finally hit the one-to-one for everybody. I think it was 1,200 or 2,200 Chromebook purchases needed to be accomplished for everybody to have the one-to-one. So are you saying then every few years we can expect this, or what is the rotation schedule for those we currently have?
Every year we need to refresh about a quarter of our devices.
Okay.
Because so we have 4,500 kids, so we need 1,200, 1,300 devices every year, because 1,200, 1,300, now that we're like in year 4 of the process, they're obsolete. We have to.
So 4 years ago, this was implemented. It didn't exist before then, or
They started the Chromebook initiative. Yeah.
With the first passing of the first instructional levy, it was on that to do cohort rollout every year, and it would be replaced every 4 years.
But Lakeland already had a one-to-one. It's in the old board book. I read it. They already had a one-to-one policy. They might not have had the books, but they had implemented a one-to-one policy. So that's why I'm trying to figure out when this started. What's the 4-year rollout going to look like?
So right now we're definitely at the point where we have devices for all kids, but some, if we buy 1,400 this year, and those devices are only going to last about 4 years, and we'll be buying. But we have devices now currently that are 4 years old.
Right.
Those are what's coming off.
Right.
So our first year we didn't buy 4,000. We bought like cohort 1 was about 1,200 the first year.
Right.
And that's
progressively added.
Progressively. Then the next year we bought another 1,400. So now we're at that point where it's sort of an ongoing expense.
Yeah. All right.
But we've been, as far as the initiative we ramped up a little faster with COVID when those COVID dollars came in. So that's been helpful. And now that we're here, we're to continue.
Okay, great.
Trustee Grissom, where's the one-to-one?
Well, I would have to go back and find it, but I read nearly every board book agenda and all documents from 2012 forward in the last few days, because I'm concerned with the agendas, how they've changed over time, and but that's a discussion item. But I will find it and I will send it to you. Yeah.
Okay,
thank you. Appreciate it.
The laptops for instructional supply business education, is that for a class or for like one of the labs or something of that sort that we expensed? From second year, it was laptops for instructional supplies and then parentheses business education. I was just wondering if that was for a
That
specific
means that's
class.
for either through like high school's CTE funds.
Okay,
It
Okay.
says business education.
Yeah,
Okay.
So they just, they use their funds to upgrade their
okay,
laptops. You know, they're a little higher end than the Chromebooks for
right,
the kids.
right. And then I see we have more iReady licenses, grades 1 through 2 coming through, but last board meeting, we approved $233,000 for iReady. Are we going to have more coming through for this?
I can speak to that.
Sure.
In the past, K through 2 was always being from the state. And this last year, and Brian, you got that email probably the end of June. They decided that it's still required. We have to give the paperwork for the licenses. So we had to pay for the K through 2 licenses for our ice station that we have to give 3 times a year, twice a year.
So the state is no longer paying for it. It's
And
just part of it.
we had already submitted it to you, and then we got the email saying that the state wasn't going to pay for it. So then we had to resubmit an additional for K through 2 because we're required to pay for those.
Okay, okay, great. The flooring that's in here, it says it's for Garwood. Did Garwood get new flooring or is it for the district office? It was for Garwood.
They're Lakeland High School, Garwood, and the district office were on rotation this summer.
Okay,
So it's all 3.
it is all 3?
Yeah, well, I don't know how it is
Oh,
in the
okay.
itemized list, but those.
I was just
projects
curious.
for this summer.
Okay,
Yeah, that particular invoice, we said Garwood would probably be specific just in Garwood.
okay, good to know. All right, so I don't have any other questions. Oops. So I'll entertain a motion on the regular and special bills.
You want to see if Debbie has any?
Oh, sorry. Debbie, do you have any questions on the bills?
I don't, thank you.
You're welcome.
I move to approve the regular and special bills as presented.
I will second it.
Hearing a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I,
Hearing none, the motion carries. Moving on to staff reports, financial presentation by Brian Wallace, CFO.
Madam Chair, member of the board, and Dr. Meyer. Go over the monthly report, and this is for July. Really the first month of our fiscal year. Honestly, there's not a whole lot usually to report in July, especially for revenues and expenditures, because there's just not a whole lot that happens. As you can see, we received very little revenue, only $6,000. I mean, the budget line has been updated for the report to this year's budget for July. When you look at expenditures, they're, usually we're much more than $736,000 a month. The reason that is that we do have some cash going out, but all the salaries, all the teacher salaries that hit in July have really been charged to last year. The salaries that are being charged are all year-round employees, so custodians, and maintenance, tech, myself, people who work all year contracts, we start getting charged now to this year. But we really don't get a full picture of sort of our expenditures. In September is the first full month of expenditures, and in October, then you sort of get, we track into budget with those full expenditures and how we track. And then we get really our revenues, and really don't get a good revenue report until February. But right now there's no surprises. We're anticipating starting with the starting fund balance and all said and done after audit, roughly $5.6 million, which is close to where we started this year. And this, I have an asterisk of this unassigned fund balance July. That sort of what we have right now. Last year we were there. That's more of a cash flow statement saying we did have a little bit enough to keep our operating. I had to borrow to make July expenditures. But you can see, you know, it's very similar to previous years as far as the percentage. And of course, when we look at the charts, there's very little on the expenditure side, except for, you can see obviously facility support, they're doing projects now, also have salaries, a little bit that hits there. And our expenditures by object, again, is very minimal, but this little category gets close to the top, and part of that is that this is really our liability insurance, and that will come in right in July, and that's why in this one object, we pay that right away in the show. Then I just have the 2 invoice reports that for the BMO that tie into the bill list as far as the amounts. If you have any questions on that. And then I'm not going to go through all these pages, but these are just the ASB reports. There's very little activity in July because the, the buildings are gone. Admin assistants do sometimes come in and pay a few bills and do a little bit of work for a couple of days. So there might have been some activity that hit, but pretty minimal.
I do have some questions on that. I did compare from last month to this month because I'm trying to understand what's being presented, because the board is required by statute to review these, etc. So why, I kind of got, sometimes there's things in the category for PO and then it affects the ending balance, but then I'm assuming if that hasn't cleared, then the starting balance is inclusive of what didn't clear, even though it was posted, because yeah, there were discrepancies on some of the accounts. I sort of tracked them and followed where they were, but I was noticing there's quite large journal entries, and I'm curious why we do journal entries in these accounts.
I think that's here with the journal entries. I'd have to go to each school and see, why they're doing that. But generally, a lot of times is they'll receive money in a general ASD account.
Okay.
And then they have to journal entry to the club that really needs to receive it.
Okay.
Or expended it. So that's why a lot of it, if you get a general donation, or if they want it in one club, split it up into 3 clubs.
Okay. Yeah, because
if you had specific questions, on a lot of that, I'd have to, we'd have to go to each individual school and really see what they were doing that month and why they're there to get some detail. If you had specific, which we don't mind doing.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. I just noticed like Lakeland High School had a journal entry for $36,000. And so I was curious, that's a large journal entry. And if that's to be divvied out, how is it? I think possibly what needs to happen with regard to these accounts, because the board is supposed to approve them, we need to have some education on how this works so that we're not utilizing the board meeting time or your time trying to help us understand, or me, how this is working. Because I'm just curious, there have been some past allegations made in board meetings, and I just would like to have a clear understanding of how these accounts work and whatnot.
Well, yeah, the accounts is a the general rule.
Mm-hmm.
Each account that we set up there for a club or an activity, if they do a specific fundraiser for a specific activity, those dollars should stay there.
Right.
Or sometimes, though, that funds from some of a general account, like we saw with ASB cards,
right,
that might be distributed amongst multiple funds.
Okay.
So if there is a journal entry of like $36,000, I'd have to take a look. It may be Some of those could be transfers between and journal entries between the general fund and the student body account. So for
Okay.
example, we charge them for yellow bus travel.
Okay.
So if they're, you know, if they go to state and charter buses, but if they're going to regionals or going like this, the activity ends up getting charged for, you know, sometimes that activity where it might, or they might have prepaid it and paid us back. Sometimes there is some moving between the two depending who wrote the check first.
Right.
But that's why on a lot of it, you know, specific, like if we can look at that 36,000, I can certainly go back and we can go to the bookkeeper at that particular school
Okay.
and say, you know, what was involved in that transaction. And any of the transactions that we're doing always have a source documentation.
Right.
So that, you know, we go back and, you know, can track and see why that was happening.
Okay. So yeah, maybe we'll just,
Right, so I can take a look and,
Okay.
you know, we can follow up and give you some specific information.
okay, that'd be great.
Any other questions on those right now? So I did, a little different just for the finance report, I wanted to go over as, let me go up here to start. Do an update just quickly, it'll be really short on the Esser funds and also the modular project. So, so here's the first picture of the modular project. We took this one before the modular was there. And so this is before any site work happened or anything at the back of Timberlake Middle School. The first step was the modular actually arrived. And it actually arrived earlier than anticipated. We thought we'd get it and they had set it on the pad right away. They were actually concerned with like air staffing issues and it was rampant everywhere. But they had a delivery early and they asked, can we deliver it and just have it on your property for a month early? And we said, if it's not going to come, yes, we'd like you to.
Right.
So the first thing that came and it sort of sat off the side of Timberlake until we were able to start doing the site work. You can actually see, you know, it in the background there off the side of the school as they were doing the site work behind. Getting rid of the grass, putting in gravel, and compacting it so that it was at the pounds per square feet that it needs to be at for the modular. And then at that point, when the pad was ready, they moved it over. And, you know, as they're doing the site work, and then when it was first moved over, you can see it did not come with carpet. So fairway floors, ended up doing the carpet work. And that was part of the cost of the modular, but they contracted the local. And they did some of the interior work. No power, so we had to put in the service there. And you can see that there's the Vista transformers, and they came up and they're energized now. By school codes, we have to have a fire alarm, so the fire alarm has been put in with the pole stations and the alarms. And there it is with the ramp on the pad. And I was hoping to get a picture with the sidewalk. There'll be a sidewalk coming off both the stairs and where the ramp is towards the school so that we don't snow blow gravel. We're not going to pave the whole thing, just sort of there. But that's scheduled, I think, for Mr. Ferriola said the 20th. And once we have that, the city of Spirit Lake will come out and do a final inspection and issue the certificate of occupancy. Furniture's been put in. And so there it is. Any questions on that project?
Yeah, did we not have that documentation attached to the agenda? I am not seeing it. The
No,
slides and all that?
No,
Okay.
the slides, I could make this like a PDF.
Okay,
I just had at the end, I knew that, I don't know, I thought that the board might have questions, so I just put this together. I didn't have it ready by Monday.
Yep, that's fine. I just thought maybe I missed something because I
No,
didn't. Okay.
yeah, I just had this as a Google
Okay.
slide. And then I know the board had some questions about Esser funds, so I'm just going to do a quick update on the Esser funds. The first you know, I'm just gonna go over the big three Esser funds. There's the CARES Act 1, CARES Act 2, then ARP, they call it. It's Esser 1, 2, and 3.
Right.
So Esser 1, you said the grant period's 3/1/20 through 9/30/22. The allocation was at $750,000. We've expended all those dollars. And those are sort of the categories that we expended. And the majority, what we did during last spring was that we used allowable salary and benefit costs to mitigate the reductions in state funding when we got our funding hit in discretionary, which was a little over $700,000. So this really ended up being a push. So we were able to do that. When we made the claim, you had to give the justification, all these in there, and the claim was approved. So those dollars, the Esser dollars that we actually had through the end of this September, those have been expended. Esser 2, so here's the official allocation now is $2.6 million. That grant goes all the way through not just this fiscal year, but next fiscal year, if we so choose. I mean, that's the window of
Right.
allowable expenditures. Currently, we've spent $256,000, so we still have the vast majority of those funds have not been drawn down or requested. We started using it for our summer programs, for materials, summer programs, and salary and benefits for staff who were working with the kids this summer. Also, sorry, didn't get that whole description. Our learning diagnostic or unfinished learning diagnostic and assessment materials were used with Esser 2. And what I've talked with Dr. Meyer, and what our plan moving forward with Esser $2 anyway is that we've contacted the state and we really want to use expenses that are allowable under the grant terms, like cleaning, custodial, technology, et cetera, and start claiming those expenses that we're incurring as we go. This year, not wait, until 2 years to claim the dollars. And this will allow us to build reserves. And I like, as we build our reserves, it's really to sort of, I'm anticipating that we're going to get hit with state funding reductions by next July. Mm-hmm. We're going to have the Public Education Stabilization Fund by the legislature. That's already going to happen. That's probably going to be a $500,000-$600,000 hit to budget. I'm actually more concerned now than I was in June as far as our reduced ADA. I really think that we had enrollment last year and that really sort of saved us for apportionment. But now that we're back on doing attendance and COVID's ramping up, and I could just see that kids are going to be in and out more often than a traditional school year pre-COVID. I mean, our attendance rate was 95% plus. It's not going to be, if it is, that would be great. But I certainly can see with what's happening that we're going to have kids in and out, and even if our enrollment increases, I think our units will be down. This can help mitigate that. And also, if everybody gets hit with funding reductions in what they can claim in units, there's a program called Protection, sort of an insurance program that every district participates in. And usually if one district got hit, every district sort of helped cover them. That's what happens. So if everybody's getting hit, it could be significant where everybody is taking big reductions. So there's a lot of clouds on the horizon. I know I said that last year, but actually, so I think it's prudent for us to use some of these dollars. And once we are able to claim them, with some expenses that would have been covered in other ways, we can maybe have reserves in case, and get through and not have to significantly cut into fund balance to cover some of these costs. And then if the sky's not falling, it's not Chicken Little, then certainly with those reserves, we could then transfer to other funds and do capital projects or do other things. I mean, it's not like we'd have, definitely the board could have those conversations and how they'd like to utilize those funds. But just think it's prudent right now that that's a good path moving forward to sort of keep us financially healthy. There's a lot of uncertainty out there.
So I have a question. So when you did the budget, and I apologize just because I wasn't here for this and I did try and go back over it. So the increase in the budget dollars in comparison to prior years, were you thinking that, because it's about the same, about $3.2 million, were you anticipating that these Esser funds make up the difference in the budget increase, or
No.
were you just the budget was separate, so the increase of the 3.2 or so million to the budget? And I'm looking back to, I'm sort of almost ignoring last year because that was a weird year. So that 3 point whatever million is in addition to the Esser funds that we're looking at to pay for these types of things.
Well, yeah, the general fund was, the increases that we really planned for in the general fund were due to, one, we were restoring positions from COVID. Our classified costs went up with the salary increases we did.
Mm-hmm.
We also received additional, we're paying our teachers a little bit more and things like that with the negotiated agreement. So some of those, obviously that increase was covered by our estimates on what we think state apportionment will be, which is how many funding units we'll get.
Right.
So yeah, that's all based, that's
on the 213 that was in.
right. Well,
that, yeah. Well, I don't really want to take up too much time because we have a huge agenda, but I was just trying to wonder this $3 million, if we look back, actually 1.2 for the general, for the M&O, if we look back, ignore last year and look at the prior year, because last year was weird. I'm just trying to, so this is in addition, this isn't, the increase here in this budget wasn't because you were looking at these dollars saying, oh, well, we can use, these are still totally separate.
Yes, from the general fund. And like this, as I'm preparing this Esser one, that I'm just, because the board had asked about this, that's all done from last year.
Right. Well, they're in addition to the other funds too, though, correct? Okay.
Right. And in our budget for Esser 2, I actually budgeted in Esser $2, but it's just sort of half of that, because at the end of last year, we knew we were getting 1.3. They hadn't allocated the full 2.6, so I didn't budget that. So at this point, it is a separate fund outside of that.
Yeah.
So, but we don't have to draw down the whole $2.6 million until 2023. So if we don't have to draw down the whole 2.6 this year, we could do 1 million this year and 1.6 next year.
Mm-hmm.
But if we don't hit the 2.6 by 9/30/2023, then you lose it.
Right.
So I do think that if we can stretch these dollars out, that's beneficial for the district.
Okay.
And then I'll quickly go to Esser 3, which, so now the allocation that they did allocate it is $3.1 million called, it's American Recovery Plan, and this is discretionary. So Esser 3 requirements, just so you know, requires the district to develop a safe return to in-person instruction and continuing service plan. This is actually work in progress. We haven't even completed that plan yet. We really don't have a plan for these dollars yet.
Yeah.
But the feds split it up in that $3.1 million, and then the $780,000 is actually a separate grant, even though it is Esser 3, and it has to be directly towards learning loss.
Right, 20%, right? I think we went over that, yeah.
And so those are the two. And so that's the work in progress that will be with that in-person instruction return plan and things like that. And again, these now extend to 9/30/2024. So
we could carry.
We can actually, I'm not recommending. Actually this year I don't think that we'd even need to touch Esser $3. That we'd have, if we just used Esser 2,
Then
Okay.
we use ESSER 3 for the next 2 years.
Yeah, but I think Dr. Meyer had something for the learning loss that she had spoke about before.
Could you go back to the slide on Esser 2? I just want to make sure that the board understands this piece to make sure that they're on board. And we just discussed this, and CFO Wallace's idea is this is new information, this piece right here. So that I have not presented this before, and we just talked about it this week. So I want to make sure that we don't have to decide anything tonight, but I want to make sure that the board hears what he's saying. We were just told, I told the board a couple of meetings ago, the PSEF dollars, that is the state funds that normally, remember we talked about advanced opportunities and when the board, that if you have your over and protection he was talking about, and you're going back to ADA next year.
Right.
We were just told, and I keep telling the board we're gonna go back to enrollment. We were just told at the conference last week by everybody, the state board education was there, the governor's person was there. We are going to go back to ADA for 1 year. They are not going to the legislature and changing it back. And I've been telling the board, don't worry, we're gonna go back to enrollment because that's what we were told as superintendent group. So this is new information. I just wanna make sure that we're being really clear about this and transparent. We are not going back to enrollment for unless something else changes with the legislature, we are not going back to enrollment for the 2021-22 school year. That is not good news because for any district, but specifically, I'm telling you from our district, it's not good news because enrollment means you're based on enrollment and you don't have to encourage people to come. Our plan is to not encourage that I presented as a draft to the board. We're going to talk about tonight for our operational plan. We've said we don't want to come to people that come to school sick, and now they've said they're going to base it on on ADA again. So that is a concern that we talked about. And so CFO Wallace is telling you this change that this right here that he's talking about, the ESSER 2 funds, we had talked about to the public, we had said, we are not, the board voted not to get the plant facility levy into next March. So we talked about the ESSER funds could bridge whatever plant facility levy things would be covered for 1 year. Then the board is gonna have what the board said that they were gonna do is have a workshop in March, and that you guys were gonna gather input and get information from the public on what they want to do with plant facility. But this is new information, the PSEF funds, the protection that Mr. Wallace was talking about, and the reduced ADA because it's not enrollment funding. So I just want to make sure everyone's clear about that and you ask us questions if you have them, because this is not information that we've presented to you before about this. But I feel like what Mr. Wallace is trying to say is we don't want to freak out because we still have money left in this ESSER 2, and as he told you, we still have that money less in ESSER 3 that we have not even budgeted for anything yet. So there's still, we have to get public input. It's on the board agenda today that I'm asking to get. I would like to have the subcommittee and have patrons on that committee to be able to give input to the board for those dollars.
So you want public input for the approximate
Not this
balance.
amount, but it's
Okay.
the ESSER 3.
The 3 million.
Yeah, money needs to have public input.
Okay.
And we have to update our plan every 6 months with meaningful stakeholder input is what the law, federal law says.
So if you can go back to the SR2, my only question is if we're using, if what I hear you saying, so please correct me if I'm incorrect, we want to pull that money from SR2 and sort of set it off in the corner to be like a rainy day to help balance out where we get reduced come not going back to ADA. I mean, or going back to ADA. I mean, that's what that's going to be sitting there for. Is that correct?
Right, so we can, there's allowable expenses that we can claim on ESSER 2 dollars, or we could continue paying them in another fund. So let's say, I'm saying that with COVID, one of the high priorities is keeping clean buildings. So let's charge our custodians ESSER 2, keeping our buildings clean within those grant requirements. And then because now we're using those dollars as opposed to our other resources,
right,
that helps build up our reserves because we sort of claim these dollars. And then if the state comes back and suddenly we have $1 million bill at the end of the year, or a reduction in what our projections were because ADA is produced, or this piece of, if the piece of fund comes through, and historically, the last 3 years, for our district, I calculated it's $550,000 to $600,000. That we will know about next July. I won't even know until the end of the year.
Right.
So I'm saying that in order for federal dollars, you have to show you have to spend the dollars to claim it.
Right.
So that's why I'm saying instead of waiting till July to see what that might be, but then I would still have to find expenditures to make up for that.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is let's find allowable expenditures now, so we're not trying to scramble and just, and those, we'll be able to build up reserves, and then if those reserves are needed for that gap at the state funding, then we can use them for those. That would be my recommendation, but then let's say the gap isn't as big as we claim, then obviously those dollars then, we could have that conversation on the best way to utilize those that have sort of built up to.
I'm not taken by surprise. I mean, we sort of had been having that conversation since we did the agreement with all the teachers and all that. We sort of knew that this is where we were going to be. Yeah, I know the piece of funds and going back to 80-day, and so the 213 units that you used for the budget, was that enrollment number or ADA number?
That was an ADA number.
Okay.
And we earned like 220
Okay.
with enrollment last year.
Mm-hmm.
But, and I was saying 213, and part of that too was you're thinking that it seemed like we were on the better end of COVID
Right.
in June, and
Right.
now it's, I could see
We're
that,
back to where we were.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So,
Okay.
Do we see any concern with building a surplus to pay for expenses when the surplus is depleted? It's not coming back. I mean, it's gone. So it's, I guess, because I know the budget increased this year. And so I guess my biggest concern, if we want to call it that, is how far are we taking ourselves out there dependent on money that's not going to be coming back to the district every single year. This is just sort of a bridge till we can stabilize.
right,
Okay.
and that's a good question, right. In fact, that was the very first thing that when all these dollars came out,
Mm-hmm.
and the legislature said, well, you have all these federal dollars, so we're going to cut you on the state side. That's pretty much what they said.
Right.
And everybody's saying, well, you're creating a funding cliff for us. And it was the same thing that happened in the ARA monies back in the day. God, that was terrible. Back in the recession when Obama did all this American reinvestment, everybody's saying we're going to end up having a funding cliff because we get these federal dollars and we sort of get used to them, and then they go.
Right.
And that's really, you're right. So the best picture is that's why we're trying to extend them as long as we can.
Okay.
That helps mitigate a little bit.
Not use them until we need them.
Right, not use them. And then if, hopefully that is when we ever get to whatever normal might be,
Right.
that we won't have the piece of some of those things the legislature's done will stabilize, and then that will help you out, because it's definitely part of it's a revenue.
Well, and if you've banked them, you can use them as one-time funding, one-time items, like, fixed asset type capital items, rather than operations.
Right.
Just not using them continually for
For
operations,
ongoing.
for
Yeah,
ongoing
and-
expenses,
Right.
if it's funding that's gonna go away, but just to kind of bank them and if we need them for the operations, then we have it, but if not, then we use it for one-time expenses.
And I think it's important to re-note again that I did say when we talked about the plant facility levy, and it's back on the superintendent's report again today, that we say, Mr. Wallace, and I told all of you, he's very concerned about us not running the plant facility levy, because we do have several facility projects throughout the district that are on a rotation. And when we all of a sudden skip a year and say we're going to bridge it with Esser dollars, it does create a concern, especially for the CFO, because he says and I said this at the last public board meeting, I said, Mr. Wallace says, once you take those funds away, it's difficult to go back to the patrons saying we need to have this because the tax rate goes down. But the board hasn't said one way or another, the board did vote to not run the plant facility levy that's next year when it's expiring in 2022. But I feel like we need to do a good job of letting the public know. Our needs for facilities are not going away. We just have a long-term plan that we need to have more public input. We need to have more discussion about the plan, our enrollment projections, what are the needs throughout the district. We have this bridge money that we can use to bridge over until we will go back to the taxpayers. Are we ready for what's the next step in this long-range facility planning, which is going to take a lot more discussion than it did last time so that it can be successful and not have a 21% approval rating like the last bond vote did. So it needs to be a process with a lot of stakeholder input, transparency, a lot of community meetings. I've talked to you guys about having community meetings in each of your zones so that we can have people's input about what their opinion is. But my opinion is moving these Esser dollars is frugal and it's responsible with the taxpayer dollars. We have these funds to bridge so that we don't go back out to the taxpayers and say, we're gonna also go now to ask for a plant facility levy. When we have this, it could bridge us for at least till we have the discussion with the patrons. That was my opinion, and I just want to make sure that it's in the minutes and that it's restated clearly that that's where we're at, so that I just want the patrons to hear that piece.
Okay.
So are you stating that the board made the decision not to bring the plant facility levy back to the public without your recommendation to do
No,
so?
with my recommendation.
Okay, so it was your recommendation not to bring it to the public?
Yep, my
Okay.
recommendation at that meeting was, my recommendation, and it's in the superintendent report and it's in the minutes, and I said to the board, my recommendation is that we don't go. I'm telling you that the CFO doesn't necessarily agree with me.
Right.
Because of what I just stated.
Right.
And he's not like, obviously he's okay with what the board decides, but I'm just telling you, he's coming from a CFO standpoint, and he's been in several districts where he has stated, if you don't continue, and he said it to us, if you don't continue with the same tax rate and the tax rate falls off the books and our bonds are falling off, and then the tax rate goes down, it's very difficult, and he's lived through it, to go back to the public, your patrons, and ask to re-vote it back in again, when the tax rate's gone down, and to get it back up again.
Yeah. So are you gonna address the long-range planning facility in your address or?
Yes, and.
Okay, I'll wait and then ask that question then.
Yes.
Okay.
I just want to I'm not trying to I just really feel like we need to be really clear with the public, because this can be very confusing and there's a lot of information, as you all know. I feel like I just want to make sure the board knows where CFO Wallace and I are coming from, to make sure if you have concerns where you're like, I don't really think that this is a good idea, then that you would voice them, discuss it, and give us new direction if you don't agree with where we're headed. That's really what I'm asking. I guess we're asking.
Well, I guess me personally, I'm trying to understand how much of this non-renewable income is being utilized within our budget that isn't coming back, and that we're going to need to find the money somewhere else come next year or the year after that.
Well, I mean.
Because I understand the bridge concept.
Right. Well,
I do
think,
understand that.
Last year we used $750,000 that wasn't originally budgeted, and it helped cover. It literally helped cover the $800,000 in funding cuts that we had mid-year for the discretionary. So that's how we used the Esser 1. So really, I'm saying do the same thing with Esser 2 this year. And I don't think we would find $2.6 million of just normal operating costs to do that for like custodial tech, but it would be a chunk of change to at least help build up in anticipation of that. And then if you still have unclaimed dollars, and then you could either do one-time expenses within the federal rules, or you could continue to cover some operations and build up those reserves and then use those dollars for one-time expenses.
Well, and I think it's prudent to utilize the funds in allowable expenditures and build up reserves so that we don't end up at the end of 2023, trying to get the free money from the federal government on something that maybe we don't necessarily need, but if we, you know, allocate with what falls within the rules,
Right.
you know, because, you know, in the last several years, we've been able to build up that, so we're,
Correct.
you know, pretty fiscally responsible as far as saving our money. I would much rather use these grant monies in day-to-days instead of getting something just to spend it so that we get to, I mean, that'll still benefit, but maybe we wouldn't have spent on that. At least this frees it up.
Right.
I'm always a proponent of controlling my money as opposed to letting somebody else control my money.
Right.
So,
Right.
I mean, I think it's a good idea because we don't know. I mean, that's just the scary part is we just don't know if things will come through or not.
No, we don't. We don't have a crystal ball.
Does that answer your question?
Sure.
I don't feel like it really did though.
It's no matter.
If we could explain.
No matter.
I can go back and read the document. I know I have it, but for the SR2 funds, are there all the stipulations or different stipulations other than what is allowable expenses that we have to meet in order to spend? Like the SR3s, you're saying we have to have stakeholder input, we have to have this. Like, what is the cost to the district in order to engage in the funds?
Well, SR1 and SR2 didn't require that plan, that SR3 did. SR2 actually included additional allowable expenses in SR1, like capital projects that SR1 didn't allow. So SR2 sort of expanded on SR1. You know, so with the SR2, I think that if we continue with just really those things that, you know, you focus, like on SR2, I focused on, you know, any of the programs, if we start looking at additional interventions for instruction to catch kids up who have a learning gap, if we can document those type of expenses, we can claim them as SR2. You know, if that's a program that we say we need to go to get to bridge those gaps. You know, technology to enhance remote and blended learning, that they're going to approve that because technology. Custodial, keeping the buildings clean, custodial supplies, disinfectant, custodial salaries. If we needed to get, custodial equipment, new scrubbers, all that type of stuff, they're going to approve right away because it's all directly related to COVID. So I'm just saying, and that's stuff we're probably going to do anyway. So we might as well use the dollars for that, and then that just.
Right, and that's just a matter of submitting, here's what we spent, whereas the SR3 requires all these extra hoops in order to.
And SR3 has some of those extra hoops with the more of the planning and some that's with the patron input. But yeah, SR2 does not require that.
Okay.
So, but we'll definitely be, I'm sure, and really the state is saying spend SR2 before you spend $1 of SR3.
Right.
So that's why we could have claimed some of SR2 and SR1 at the same time, but we all did the SR1 too, just to get that grant closed out.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so thank you.
Moving on to the safety presentation by Lisa Sexton, Assistant Superintendent.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Feels like it's been a really long time since we've seen each other. This is just really quick. Tonight, I have Lieutenant from Cody County Sheriff's Office here tonight, and also Deputy Clausen, who would be the SRO at Twin Lakes and Garwood. If the board approves the MOU tonight, it's under the action items. So just wanted you, just kind of wanted to give you a quick update. The county commissioners have already signed off on the MOU, so they are in support for the first time ever. So that's super exciting. We did get the 65-35 split, which we had talked about. The cost actually will be less than anticipated, so you'll see in the MOU that there was a strike through and a correction because the captain had the wrong information originally, so he fixed that for us. And I had some suggested edits, and we can talk about that when we get to the action item, but just wanted you to know that I do have some gentlemen here who will help me answer questions for you tonight.
Okay.
And then the other, just kind of a heads up for you, annually, the board has to approve our crisis plan.
Mhm.
And since this was already a very long meeting, I have put that tentatively in executive session for the next board meeting in August.
Okay.
Because we have to do it in executive session. And I will have members of the district safety task force here with me so that if you have questions, they can help answer. But I just wanted that on your radar that that's coming.
Okay.
That's all I have for tonight.
Thank you.
I have a question. I don't remember, I do remember the 65-35 coming up, but I thought we said it had to be 70-30 and that's what.
Originally, that's what they had asked for, was 70-30. And then because our other agencies, we pay 60-40. I just started kind of negotiating with the county, and when I brought it to you, he had said, well, if we can, it was a $10,000 difference.
Right.
So he said if we could split it, you pay an extra 5, we pay an extra 5, then we can make it happen. And that's what I brought to you. So the reason I put that comment in there was because I didn't know if you had heard, but the county commissioners somehow had gotten wind that the board had approved a 70-30 split, so they were very excited about that. And so I let the captain know that, no, we've been talking 65-35 the whole time. So I just need to know if I need to bring new information to the board. And so he was able to work with the county, and they're okay with the 65-35. So that's why I had that in there.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. And the superintendent's report.
Okay. So I sent out the accountability as promised to the taxpayers when we passed the first levy after I was hired my first year. I have religiously sent out 2 times a year an accountability report at mid-year and then again at the end of the year in August. So this is the end of the accountability report. So anybody has, I noticed that it's on the discussion, so you can certainly ask questions now or at the end. This went out to all the parents and staff. I've had a few positive comments from families, and so far not very many questions, just a lot of positive comments. One thing that they did like was the side-by-side comparison of what was held back. That was a long time ago. CFO Wallace did speak about the 6% holdback, and so it showed what we had to hold back and put on pause and what's coming back now this year. So I did get some real positive comments on that. I don't see this on the board agenda, and I'm just reminding the board gently that I would really like the policy committee to look at the contagious or infectious diseases. We talked about this at the last meeting. We do need to have this policy updated for our new plan. Unless the board wants to consider make an evaluation team and then wants to have the public health personnel, the student's physician, and then the legal counsel. It feels like it's a little bit more that we don't follow this protocol right now. So I just been requesting again that the board policy committee review this before we start the school year. This is the draft plan. There was one change that I made. I added the word only after some more parent input. This is what the federal government officially calls it, a safe return to in-person instruction and continuity of services plan. We're just going to call it, unless the board would like to call it that. I think it's a little bit easier to just say the operational plan as we go into next year. We did make some input based on, this has been open for parent comments and patron comments. So I just want to point out that we have made a few changes in here. We won't be finalizing this with the board for approval until the last date possible would be the September 23rd board meeting, so we don't have to determine everything today, but you certainly could give some feedback. And I did one word that's different, is right here, the word only was added. Practice social distancing only if possible and appropriate. I added that word after several parent comments, so people have reached out to me, so that's the PDF that you have. That word is the one word that's different. So the operational plan is linked in there. These are the revised steps to adoption. So we went, I presented it to the board for review and input last board meeting, which was July 8th. We have had it open for parent input and patron input. We again will put that out to everyone unless the board has comments or you want to discuss it or make any changes on it tonight. But I would resend that out. My plan would be to resend that out to parents and telling them the window's still open for any comments. And we could put it through September 17th. Also, as families move into the area, families that are new to the area, or also families are back and they're starting to check their emails, I think it would give more time for parents to get input. The board would review it at tonight, and then any input you have, and then the final board approval would need to be by September 23rd. We are required to send it to the State Department by October 5th, because the last time our reopen plan was edited by the board was April 5th this year. So that's the 6 months. Here's the checklist. Board Chair Thompson and I both need to sign that and put it on the website. It had to be up by August 2nd. So we had several areas that were marked no, and hadn't been able to have board approval, which several districts had that. So we just put it up so the public could see it, and we followed that hoop that the federal government needed. And now by October 5th, we need to make sure that the board has approved the plan, we have meaningful stakeholder input, and that we've met the checklist requirements, which we're getting close, but I think we just need more board input and make sure all the parents have a chance to give their feedback. So any questions about that timeline or what we've done so far?
I am a little concerned that we're either open or we're closed. Last year the board was able to ensure when the kids got back into school that whole day up. Can we put a yellow category in there? I mean, is the federal government saying you can't, either you're open or you're closed, and
No,
you're open green?
not.
Okay.
And I'd be welcome to put that in there.
Because what I don't want to see happen is if something comes down the road, it's like, well, it's not in your plan, so now you're closed. I don't want to see that happen. There needs to be the middle ground of, if things are getting worse, we can now switch into the yellow, which is where we were last year, to navigate through.
So logistically, our team has talked about it.
Okay.
There is no way for us to go in yellow unless we start the year in yellow, because every school was an hour early release so that the teacher prep was all at the same time at the end of the day. So we would, at the secondary level, and I've said this to the board before, at the secondary level, we would have to rerun the entire master schedule, because every secondary teacher, which would be, was 7 through 8 this last year, would be 6 through 8, would need to be willing to teach the full day and move the prep to the end of the day. That allowed us to spread out all students at the secondary level over the full day. Otherwise, teachers have prep through the day and class sizes are bigger. There's less teachers teaching each period for the same amount of students. Does that make sense?
So then are you saying either it's green, we're open all the way, or we are red closed?
I'm telling you that we cannot go to yellow. Now, we could go to an orange. If you would like us to put in an orange, I just do not believe that the that our parents would like that, but I'm happy to put it in if the board wants it. Orange would be where you have a blended learning, and some kids, just like Coeur d'Alene and Post Falls did, you would have A days and B days, and some families would come on A days to allow for social distancing, and since some families would be online at home on A days, and then the B day students would come on B days, the 8A students. So that wasn't our plan. We had an orange, and I certainly can put the orange back in. I don't think our parents would be in support of it, but it would be the board's decision, but I could put that in the plan if you'd like to have a middle ground between green or red.
So then, if I'm understanding you correctly, the only options we have is to be in green or to be in red, based on what's being presented as far as the draft operational plan. Is that correct?
What I put together with, and I didn't do it by myself, I had
No, I understand
parents'
that.
input, and then I had all last year, parent input, staff input, and then all of the admin team's input to prepare for this year. We're either in, and if students if we have something that happens and we get far enough along, our plan right now, which the board is certainly willing to change, I'm just saying this is all that's been presented so far. If we get to the level that there's a governor's stay-home order again, that would be the only reason we would go to red. So if
the parent input all last year
Let's keep it consistent.
was under the impression that we were getting better and we were moving forward and we were getting to the end of this, and now with this resurgence, I don't know how many parents would be real happy if we all of a sudden we're done and we're closed.
Yeah.
Without having an option to go to what we were this past year, at the very least.
Yep, I'm happy to put an orange level in, if the board wants an orange level where we have modified days and we have AD, I can certainly put that back in. I think the parent input last year was if students are sick, they stay home, otherwise we would stay in session. But we did have greater social distancing and smaller class sizes last year because we were in yellow. So I'm certainly happy to put in orange if the board would like me to put in that orange level.
So the change between last year operating in yellow and the possibility of this coming year operating in yellow is a matter of a bell schedule?
No.
And the busing route, obviously.
Yep, the busing route, but it's the actual, we have to have all teachers teaching and the prep at the end of the day.
Right.
Ms. Sexton did an entire parent survey. I don't know if she presented to you, I don't know if you remember. She did a parent survey and she did a staff survey. She actually did a staff survey twice and she presented the information to you. And the staff was not in favor of continuing with that schedule because you teach all day, you don't have any prep during the day. And to be able to socially distance and create smaller class sizes at secondary level, the common prep has to be at the end of the day and all teachers are teaching all day long. That also for parents created an hour early release for all students, K through 12, for us to be able to do that.
So they were getting out, I'm just trying to remember what so much has happened in between now and then. So the bell schedule was at 12:50 and not 1:50. So release for high schoolers was at 12:50 last year.
Go ahead.
It was 1:30.
Okay.
Last year we had.
So this year it's 1:50, so it's 20 minutes difference.
It's 2:10 or 2:05. It's a 35-minute increase.
We need to fix that because the public's passing around a 1:50 bell schedule, so they just showed it
At
to
the
me
middle
today.
school, it is 1:50 because we have to have a gap, and they don't have to have as many instructional
Right.
hours at the middle school as they do the high school.
Right,
And the gap is for the buses to get back and forth.
right, that's what I told them.
The other thing that I would just add to what Dr. Meyer is telling you is last year we had latitude from the state. We didn't need instructional hours at the high school level going from 7:30 to 1:30. We didn't meet the 990 hours.
Mhm.
We have to meet the 990 hours this year. So that 7:30 to 2:05 or 2:10, whatever that ending time is, gives us 11 hours more than what the state is requiring for instructional hours.
Okay.
So if we were to go back to yellow, and the intent of that is to decrease class sizes by having all teachers teaching for the first 5 periods and then their prep being period 6 after the kids leave, we're not going to meet instructional hours. So that's the other piece of that.
is there any way we can go back to the drawing board on yellow and maybe modify it in such a way that we could make yellow work? I too am not a big fan of closed or open. I would really like to figure out, I mean, last year, incredible things were done. As you said many times, we built the airplane while it was in flight. So I guess maybe my proposition is that we look at some other options on how we could make a yellow work, so that maybe we could accommodate people in the event that we do have a situation where we need to go back and have all the precautions that we had before.
Well, yeah, we could certainly add in the orange, which would be an alternate day schedule. Both Coeur d'Alene and Post Falls did follow that for a significant portion of the year. So we could certainly put in an orange if we got to a level where the board was not comfortable in staying in green, but yet there was nothing to go to red. We could certainly put in an orange. The only way to go to reintegrate a yellow schedule would be if we did it before school started and redid the master schedule at all secondary schools.
At this point, I'm not real comfortable with an orange level. I guess maybe I would have to take a better look at it to see exactly what that might look like, but at this, I'm not loving that idea.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is, we've done our due diligence and we've brought this to the board before and put it out for parent input, and the admin team has worked on it, staff has given input, and there's not, at this point, I don't feel like there is support for the yellow level. I think the parents would be upset if we started in yellow. We would also have to change the entire bell schedule, and staff would not be in support of it because they did not vote to do teach for the full day. We asked for their input to develop it, and we do not have support to move to the yellow level again. And if we did if the board was choosing to go to yellow, which is not my recommendation, we would have to do it before school started, and all the master schedules would have to be redone at all 4 secondary schools. Mountain View's is small enough they could redo theirs. Mr. Rizzi's here, but I'm not recommending that we add a yellow level. I can certainly put in an orange level, and we can work on social distancing, we can work on other strategies, but to change the master schedules at this late date, after all of that input, would be going against, I think, what the staff and the constituents have given as their input.
Which I haven't seen any of that information. So this operational plan is only so that we can qualify for the Esser 3 funds. The state's not recommending it. Nobody else is recommending it. It's simply to qualify for the funds.
Well, yes, and also it is nice for us to be transparent with our public so they know what our plan is. I mean, we had one last year, so we're trying to be prepared. And the board has seen this before because I've sent it out and for input, and this is the time, if you don't agree, that I would love to have your input. I'm just letting you know, the board can certainly vote how you'd like, but I'm letting you know that I believe the parents and the staff would be upset if the board voted to go to start in a yellow level of operation.
I agree with that, and I agree that everybody wants to start in the green and stay in the green and be in the green forever.
Right.
I think everybody's concern is just that green light, red light without that intermediary in between. And I think that parents now probably have a little bit different thought than they did when they gave their input because of the changing and the resurgence of the Delta variant and all of that. And with things resurfacing a little bit more, I think their patron input would be slightly different. I may be completely wrong, but it's just that scary spot of having red light or green light.
Yeah,
Like
I'm happy to put it
and
once, and I will put it back out to the parents again tomorrow. I will put it back out again for input, but if the board wants for me to put in an orange, then I need to get the orange level in there before I send it out to the parents so they're aware that the board is wanting a green, orange, and a red.
So my concern is that we wouldn't be able to successfully get a yellow anyway, because we didn't meet the instructional hours, but we were given a grace last year because of the pandemic. And my other question is, there's just a few more people here than there were last year.
Right.
So my concern is we wouldn't be able to manage social distancing in yellow like we did last year. I don't think it's physically possible with the facilities that we have to be able to manage unless we put dividers in the auditoriums and,
Right.
you know, I mean, I just don't physically think we can operate like we did last year in yellow. So I think, I mean, I want my kids to go to school, you know, in green, but, you know, if,
So should we just close the schools now? I mean, if we can't operate in green, why not just close them now and open in red and call it good? Because even though the requirement has been lowered for social distancing, and the concern is we have more people, there's no way to operate in yellow. We have this huge variant spreading. Kootenai Health is reporting their max. The closest hospital is Twin Falls. Why open in green at all? That's the only option we have is green. We can't do it, obviously. The qualification from green, we don't even meet.
I'm just saying, I don't think it's physically possible to be in yellow.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But I'm saying if you look at green, it says, you know, no evidence of exposure in large communal settings, healthcare facilities, school, mass gatherings, Well, we've already been past that. We have county governments that are shut down because it's spreading like wildfire everywhere.
Yes.
So maybe we're just having a conversation we don't need to have. Maybe we just need
Well, I
to
certainly
move
could put
to.
in orange, which I think would, the orange would be the ABD groups. I can put that back in. The board did have that in your reopen plan last year. You had A groups, B groups, and then there was an online day, which was Wednesday. So there's A, completely online day, AB. So if the rate in the county or the number in our district, the board didn't feel comfortable in being in green and the board didn't want to be in red, we could have an orange, which would be the modified block, which we had last year. And the board could certainly say that you wanted to be in yellow. I'm just letting you know, if we do start in yellow, we have to stay in yellow all year and we have to change it. And we still have time. I'm just wanting to make clear that I do not believe that that we already did staff input, and if the board just chooses to say we're gonna start in yellow, we have to stay in yellow. We could certainly do an explanation that you don't feel comfortable starting in green and you don't wanna be in orange. I guess my recommendation is we have green, orange, and red. I just don't feel like we could successfully be in yellow, but if that's what the board chooses to do, we certainly can make it work. We will come together as an admin team like we did last year, and we will have a lot of parent communication to let them know that the board would like to be able to offer that level, and the only way is to start, and then we'd have to look at the instructional minutes and create a little bit longer day, and then let the staff know that this is, that they're gonna be teaching back to back again and not have preps during the day, which is definitely possible. Logistically, we could do it. It just isn't, definitely not ideal, but we can do it if that's what the board's preference is.
I just want to go on the record, I do not want to open up in yellow. That is not what I want to do. I just don't want to go open up in yellow. So just clarifying.
Debbie, you did cut out, just so you know, but I think I got the gist of what you were trying to say, maybe. And I too don't want to open up in yellow. I need to understand your recommendation is we open in green, and everyone is fully aware that if we can't stay in green, we shut down, and that's your recommendation.
Nope, I just said that I'm happy to put in the orange level. I don't recommend that we do yellow. I don't think that would be a wise choice at this point because we've had so much stakeholder input. But if Trustee Bain said that she feels like parents have changed their mind, I haven't got a lot of new parent input But maybe the next step would be for me to send this out, put in the orange level, so that we do have a middle ground, a modified block. It's not ideal, and I know families weren't supportive having A-day, B-days, and being in school 2 to 3 days a week, but it's definitely better than red. And if the board is not comfortable being in green as we get closer, I mean, we're August 12th today, we still have several weeks, like almost a full month before we make a decision on what the board is gonna start the year in. Anything can happen, but at this point, hearing your feedback, I feel like all of you have said we need a middle ground, so I guess my recommendation is I would put the orange back in and send that back out to staff and parents and say, the board doesn't feel comfortable with the 2 stages, they'd like to have a middle one, we've put in the orange, please give us your feedback and then gather more parent input before, and I can share that as it comes in with the board.
I think that would be prudent.
Yeah, I think orange is what you recommended we open last year, which I was against. It's just a document to satisfy. I agree with letting the public know what are we going to do, what's the school's plan, all those types of things. But I haven't seen any of the information that you made your decision based upon. So I would like to see that, just so I feel a little bit more comfortable, because like last year, if that's what they want, that's what they want, right? Who am I to argue with that? But I would like to see the information, but as last year, I was not in favor of the recommended orange when it was proposed, and that's what the district opened it. And I'm still not in favor of orange. I think it just causes too much headache.
Well, the patron input didn't provide us access, but it does now. And what I'm showing is five parents gave input. So that's all that we've been provided with.
And
So,
then staff, the sexton presented you with the staff and the parent survey results at a board meeting. She presented, and that went into the decision-making as well. But as your point, situation has changed since we did that input. So we're happy to continue to get more input. And the patron input is linked into the agenda there.
And I'm not saying that people have changed their mind. I think they would be very shocked if we ended up in orange or closed when they clearly want to be open 5 days a week. We were open 5 days a week last year, and to have it all or none, I just don't see parents willing to be in the red either. So
yeah.
So I will put in the orange level, so there is a middle ground. But I guess I'm hearing that the board, Trustee Major said I'm going on the record for not in favor of starting in yellow. But I want it very clear that if the board wants to start in yellow, which means that we have to change the master's, like we would have to know tonight to change the master's schedule, which I said when we had our last meeting on July 8th, I said that day, I would need to know that day if we want to start. And I realized that the rate of positivity in this county has gone up, so things have changed in the last month. But master schedules at the secondary level are a huge beast, and we have, 600 kids at Timberlake High School and over 850 at Lakeland High School. Those are big, over 400 at Timberlake Middle School, and almost over 600 at Lakeland Middle School. That's a lot of student schedules for us to redo and change, but we would be willing to do it if the board feels like they want to start in yellow and maintain in yellow for the year. We'd be happy to do that.
I don't think anybody wants to start in yellow. I don't want to start in yellow. I'm with green. I didn't have a problem with green at times last year either. I don't think it's that. I think it's like Trustee Bain was saying, it's the all or nothing kind of thing. That's
so I feel like what you're saying is to put the orange in, and then we have a middle ground. I heard Trustee Grissom say she didn't like the orange, and parents don't like the 2 to 3 days a week. But in working with superintendents last year throughout the entire state, there's really not other ways to, unless you want a double shift during the day where there's a 6 to 1 and a 1 to 5 type of 1 to 6 at night type of double shifting with 2 groups, and they could go every day, but we would have to double our staffing, and we financially can't do that. So we had a lot of brainstorming and a lot of heads coming together in the orange. The modified block was the only thing that we could come up with. My hope is that we can start in green, people stay healthy, and if they're sick, they stay home. I wish we were on enrollment funding instead of ADA funding, but it is what it is, so. We do have the online option for families with Reach K through 8, and Mr. Uzi, who's in the audience, has an online for families. We also have Google Classroom if students are sick or they self-quarantine. It's in the plan, they can still be connected to their classroom electronically. So unless anybody said, this is what I feel like I heard as the feedback, is I will add the orange level, which will be similar to what we had proposed that was in our plan last year, and I'll put in the orange level, so we'll have a green, orange, and a red level. I'll resend it out for parent and staff input, and then be sharing that with the board, and then come back to the board at the next meeting and present that information for more discussion. Does that sound reasonable to the board?
Yes,
I'm
I'm agree with that, yes.
At least just having an option, whether we ever go to it.
Yeah, hopefully we never have to worry about it, and we just stay in green. That would be ideal, and we would love it, but
It should be.
Okay, so that's what I'm going to do. All right, the board asked last time at the meeting for activities director, what's the backup plan? So they've done so I checked in with both comprehensive high schools where they have the programs for activities, and they have cross-training. Lakeland High School, Mr. Derrick, who has been an AD, and then at Timberlake High School, Katie Walton, or also Josh Hegstead has been an AD. So both of those plans are in place. The board asked about job descriptions, and Trustee Grissom asked for those to be on the website. HR Director Cunningham has done that. It's still a work in progress, but she does have that on the website now. She's available if you have questions. And then the board asked for, Trustee Grissom asked for independent inspections of each building. CFO Wallace has reached out and is waiting for a quote from Architects West, and they do this for other districts, and they will be doing an independent evaluation inspection of each building in the fall. So we will bring that to you, but that's underway, and we'll bring you the quote when he has that. Any questions about those follow-up items?
No, I don't think so.
Trustee Major, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am, I'll let you know if I do. Thank you for asking.
Okay, thank you. An update on the boundary line adjustment. So the district's attorney sent this. Once all the exhibits and survey descriptions, we can circulate updated, we will draft petition for comments and revisions, each school board, and that was to the board. So the board would be looking at that, and then each school board would need to approve the final version before sending it to the state. She is hoping to have the petition packet and resolutions for both boards to consider at the September board meeting. So that's where she is on that.
Okay.
This is the information that was asked at the last board meeting, building capacity, what are our projections? So you can open that up, and it has a functional capacity and what our current enrollment is. We don't feel comfortable projecting our enrollment yet because there's been a lot of people moving in, but then a lot of families, depending on where the COVID situation is, whether they stay online, it's just too soon to know what our enrollment is going to be. So you're welcome to open up that building capacity and projected enrollment for each building. And CFO Wallace is working with TransFinder. That's our program that the school bus transportation uses, and it has where everyone lives and the boundaries. Trustee Grissom asked about the boundaries and the ADA per boundary area. by school, so we're working, once we have the enrollment in the fall, then we'll be able to more accurately give you that information. In the district school boundary line map, if you want to see that, is what it is currently. The board does have the latitude to be able to change that if growth comes, and I know with the census that'll be coming in November, maybe that will change how you look at that. And then I already told you about 88 will be changed. I already told you about that during Mr. Wallace's update. So any questions about this information?
No, thank you. When I asked about the building capacity, I referenced the information that CFO Wallace had already shared with us a while back. That's all I was asking for was the old information, but I appreciate the link to the new stuff.
Yeah, and the building capacity, I didn't tweak those, except I think I might have added the modulars at Timberlake Middle School, because now you have 2 more classrooms. But otherwise, the enrollment was just our budgeted projection. We'll know more in September.
Yeah, my question, I was trying to remember about where we were based upon the capacity of the building and what we refer to as functional capacity, how many bodies we prefer to have in the building for functioning, because the question seems lately is how overcrowded are we? But and that's why I was trying to find the numbers that you had given us before, because those shouldn't change, right? Capacity and functionality should not change.
Well, they actually, this could become a long conversation. They actually can, depending on how we want to run our buildings. So just for example, the easiest way, let's say we think that a reasonable class size, and I've talked with Ms. Pasley about this, and she'd agree with me, that for a kindergarten class, a reasonable class size is 38 kids. So, so if I can have 38 kids in a classroom,
I'm sweating.
I certainly can now, my functional capacity is gone because I'm allowing that. But if we say no, reasonable is 22, then we're sort of setting the functional capacity. And so like those numbers, when I have the functional capacity, I think for the elementary schools, I averaged either 25 or 26. But if we said, no, it's a hard cap at 20. So.
Right, I get that. I understand the functional part. I was trying to look at both numbers. The building was built to house this many, but our preference is this. And on average, our preference is 150, 200 bodies less than what the building is.
Yeah, on a lot of the design. And that some of that is, let's say for a building, we use a classroom specifically for music. Okay.
Right.
Well, at the elementary school, maybe we have music on wheels or we have music in the gym. We effectively increased our capacity to make it work. That's not really how we want to run the program.
Sure. Right. Yeah. Or like when I remember when we went with Dr. Meyer to Spirit Lake Elementary, there was like a handful of classrooms, nobody was in, but what happened was, you know, an hour or two of the day, people went in and out doing whatever they were doing and they're helping the kids with different things. So that was only my question. I was really looking to see, you know, what was the building built to house and what is the district comfortable having in the building, being the functional, and then, you know, how far are we actually away from capacity?
So this is kind of answering your question,
right?
Because here's the functional amount,
right?
And then we would just have to have an overlay of what what you said is comfortable. But you can see Timberlake Middle School, Mountain View is maxed out. You can see right here, Garwood is almost at the top. You can see those. So it just gives you a sense of it. I don't think we've ever sat down and said, to my knowledge, I don't think we've ever sat down and said, this is what we're comfortable at each building. I think that's the functional capacity.
Right, exactly, yeah. So the red line is a projection of enrollment. So we don't really have that many students there right now. We think we're gonna be overbooked.
Well, actually at Timberlake Middle School today, he said last week he was at 404 registered. He has 425 as of today. So we're actually over on this right now.
Yeah, and is that including the modular we just put up there?
I'll confirm. I think I added that, and then it changed the grade span too. So the our elementary schools, like when I did that, this about a year and a half ago, showed that they're a little more full. Well, they were because we had sixth grade in, but now we
Right.
pulled sixth grade out,
Right.
that actually sort of freed up.
And
some
that was another reason I wanted to see is
capacity.
what happened to that
Here,
number.
and here's it by grade level that he did. K-5 is here, 6, 7, 8 middle level, and then the secondary. So he did do it by grade level for you as well here. And then you can see just total by level for the district.
And like at the middle school, like Lake Middle School shows a lot of capacity, like it has the most room, and it does. You gotta remember, our whole tech department's there taking up several classrooms. So if we were good to use that for student space, which you have, then we would need to find space for tech.
Right.
You know, because we're using it really for a large administrative office. So so for Lakeland Middle School, if we said, no, we always want tech to always be there, if we wanted to look at it maybe a little more clear, and I could do that, we could pull those rooms out as say, no, that's tech, that's not Lakeland Middle School. We want to,
Right,
I'm gonna say,
right.
because then that would lower its capacity by about 75 kids right there.
Mhm. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
We're not gonna go into this because I know the agenda's really long, but I wanted to give you an overview of very positive, and the admin team thanks the board for your support to go. We have not gone, since I've been here, we have not gone to any PD out of our team, out of the district. We didn't have the funds, since we were negative $12,666.36 my first year. So we obviously didn't have the funds to go out, but this year we did go and it was real positive, and we had a lot of excellent sessions. So here's an overview, and I have notes from an admin if anyone's interested in talking to me more about that. I'm not going to use the board's time right now because I think the agenda is too long for me to go into detail, but I certainly could if the board would like me to. I would like, Trustee Grissom talked about this early, the plant facility levy. We have had questions about that. My understanding of talking to the board is that we did put a pause. We're not going to run that plant facility levy, but we would like to be able to know when you would like to, Board Chair Thompson said, let's schedule the board workshop for around March. That was just a suggestion that she had next year. We certainly could begin it before to start to have community groups and start a long range facility planning discussion with the information that Trustee Wallace and Trustee Grissom and CFO Wallace was talking about. So I'd just like to make sure and have some feedback once we get the year up and going, if you'd like to start that discussion with the public. I would like to know that so that we can get the word out. So input in this would be helpful.
And that would be, when does that expire again? I'm sorry, is that this coming March?
Yes, March.
Okay.
The plant facility levy was a 5-year,
Right.
1.146 million for 5 years. And that was a plant facility levy. It had been 873,000 per year before that, and we bumped it up. And the patrons voted nearly 70% approval rating in that March of 2017.
Mhm.
That is expiring, because it was a 5-year levy. It's expiring in March 2022. So again, I don't want to reiterate what I said
Sure,
earlier,
yeah.
but we do need to make sure that the public knows that we are putting that on pause, in my words, on pause for a year to have discussion with the public and looking at all of we need to restart up a long-range facility plan, discuss enrollments, what you were talking about, projections, see how many people show up this fall in our schools. And at the end of the year, Mr. Wallace, were we down about just over about 150 down from
Kids?
Yeah.
Yeah, it averaged 150 to 200. So
we started out we were like 800 less, and then it's got more and more people coming back as the rate went down, and so we were down
sort of 4,600 and change the previous year, and now we were 4,400 right around there.
So we weathered a lot better. I've been on networking. I'm on the Governor's Council, and I'm the Region 1 Superintendent President. So I've heard a lot from people throughout the state, and our district has definitely weathered well throughout. And I keep telling the parents in our EduBlog, we really have, I don't know if people compare and look at other districts, but our district has weathered very well throughout the last year and a half. Super proud of our staff and our parents think we have a very tough community that is willing to stick together, and I'm really proud of what we've done. So I just want to make sure and I don't want to wait till the last minute on this. I want to make sure and get board up. I would like to have input on when you would like to start this process and get community going on it. I don't want to wait and then tell everyone it's coming in March. So I just want to keep it on the radar and not let it fall between the cracks.
So the last time this was done, what was the projection? Wasn't that a 10-year projection, or was it only a 5-year projection? 5-year projection.
That's the max you can do.
No, the planning facility.
Oh, that was a 10-year
the committee.
plan.
Okay, that was a 10-year plan.
Yes, it was.
And it's no good now. We're doing it again.
The reason it's no good, I
Okay.
mean, that sounds pretty harsh. We do have even people in the audience that were on that and spent 2.5 years of coming once a month. So I don't want to say it's no good.
It's expired, or I mean, I don't understand.
What happened was the bond didn't pass.
Oh.
And the board, the committee presented to the school board, and we put a $70 million bond for a new Lakeland High School out on our acreage that we have. And it was dismally failed at 21%. So it was not what the public wanted at the time. So we really need to come back to the drawing board and relook at the enrollment, see where we are when we've had a lot of growth and a lot of people moving to the area. Do they have kids? Are they going to show up in our schools? We have multifamily units that are being put in, which creates usually way more kids. So we don't, right now it's in the air. We need to wait until registration's next week. And then we need to see whites of the eyes the first week. How many people show up? What are we looking at? And then hopefully the COVID doesn't come up again where it gets, where we have people in school, and then we need the board to start the discussion with the community. And this is where I talked about doing it in each zone. So it's smaller groups. What would you like to see? Here's our enrollment, looking at functional capacity. Where are we at now? What did the last long range facility planning have in place? And you can see take that work, don't just scrap it all. They have so much work in that, and then get that committee going to reconstitute that again, and then get new patron input, because we have a lot of new people in the community. They may have different priorities than they did 2 years ago. So that's where we're at.
Well, I mean, okay. I mean, the plan's already there. It was a 10-year plan. I mean, I think we should look at the plan first before we decide this, because although there was community input, obviously there wasn't community input because the community said, heck no, we're not doing that.
Right.
So maybe we need to, like you were saying, there's a lot of information there, even look at that to see if we even need to move forward with a whole new plan. I don't know, does it change that much that there's this whole, new plan needing? Because although we've had, quite a bit of growth, it's my understanding that the majority of growth is effective growth is more in the retirement community. But things do change. There was something else I was going to ask, and now I don't remember what it was. But if this would have had to have been on the November ballot, or what ballot would it have?
March of 2022.
If that is the ballot date,
Yep.
Even the expiration date. So, okay.
The expiration date is really at the end of the year, after the taxes are
Right.
collected. When I say that it's expiring, what I'm saying, like not the way that Mr. Wallace collects the money, I'm talking about for the patrons to know it expires in March. We would have to rerun it again to get the money, the cycle to continue nonstop.
So this is the last year, so in a few weeks, I'm gonna submit our official form to the county to collect property taxes, called our L2. It will contain our plat facility levy of the $1.1 million. This is the last year that I'm authorized to do that, because the voters passed the 5 years. So next summer, unless we held an election and the voters passed another plant facility levy either in March, well, it could be November, it could be March, it could be May, it could even be that August. Unless they passed a new levy, and it was before then that plant facility levy will not be on the L2, we will not collect those dollars for the next year. It goes away.
Right, yeah, okay. So, because, all right. So there's always more time to get it on a ballot. It doesn't necessarily have to go away.
Exactly.
It was 1.8 million?
1.146.
Oh,
Per year
1.146.
for 5 years.
Okay.
And Ramona, I think when you were talking about, I don't, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what you're getting at is the previous long-range planning committee that put a lot of time and energy into it may have the right solution.
Right.
And then it's a matter of maybe in the workshop, looking at the plan and
Right.
saying, hey, yeah, this is it. We just need to go back forward and
Right.
maybe educate the public a little more and get more, get more support.
Right,
And
exactly.
it may not be that we get another long range and it's gonna take another 2 years.
Right.
We can just take this plan that people poured a lot of time into and say, hey, this is still a good plan, A, B, C, D.
Right, so
We
might be
need-
viable.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
I think a lot of it
So
has
we're
to
not
do with,
scrapping it and going from ground one,
Right,
ground zero,
right.
and it's gonna take 2 years or whatever.
Right.
It's
I
just
think
not-
a lot of it has to do with making sure that people understand how much each of those projects that were in the list of the facility plan is going to cost.
Yeah, the numbers will
That,
probably
those
change.
were not there previously. It was, we're gonna do this and this and this and this and this.
Right.
It didn't show, we're gonna do this for this much and this for this much. It was just this big package and this big dollar amount.
Right.
So I think providing that breakdown of this project will cost this project will cost this, and show those quotes, show those proposals,
Well,
Projections.
where are those dollars?
I did think we showed that. I mean, the vast majority of that was, the comprehensive high school was gonna be,
56 million.
yeah, plus the alternative school was gonna be $60 million, that 70 was that high school. I don't get a bid, I don't get a quote, I can't do it that way. So we are going by the estimate cost per square foot of what Lewiston High School was costing right then and there.
Mhm.
And it came in at about $52 million. And we, of course, had to assume some cost inflation, construction costs go up each year. So that was built into that. So it's really, we're using the architects and getting the estimates on the cost per square foot of what current projects were there. And that's how we came up with those dollars.
My point is, we do have a lot of new patrons that have moved in, and we do need to continue, we need to have, I think, a smaller group to be looking at that, have a committee, and then in the different zones, get what people really wanna do, take the plan, add to it, and move forward with a new. Adding to it is fine, but we do need to take into account, modify it, yes, based on current reality.
Yeah.
So that's all I'm saying, and I just wanna make sure we start before March of 2022, because I don't wanna step anything on the patrons right away.
Right.
Okay, any last minute questions? Later in the agenda, I'm asking for approval for a subcommittee on the plan. Okay, thank you.
Okay, before moving, did you have?
Go ahead. I just was
Go ahead.
saying thank you. That was all.
Yes, thank you. Before moving on to action items, we're gonna pause the meeting for a moment. I have to go to the bathroom.
Reason to go to red. Or we legally we have to do it, like you said. That was what I put in there. The board can change.
I did turn that on. Okay.
But that was my,
And actually, the governor takes a lot of flack, but the president sends no more than 10 people.
Okay, so we're calling we're coming back into session. Moving on to action items. The board may take action to approve, deny, amend, modify, or postpone any action or postpone action on any of the items listed below. The first item for action is a resolution calling for annual trustee election. It's my understanding this comes every year. Is that correct, Chrissy?
When there's a
An
trustee
election.
election.
Oh, yeah, when there's an election due. Does anyone have any comments or questions or discussion on this?
No, I do not.
No, I do not.
Okay,
I don't.
okay, thank you. Then I'll entertain a motion for the resolution calling for annual trustee election.
I'll move that we approve the resolution calling for the annual trustee election.
I'll second the motion.
Hearing a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I,
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. The next action item says curriculum, board follow-up, and then we have the elementary and secondary curriculum supplemental materials.
If it pleases the board, I just wanted a couple of minutes. At the last board meeting, when we were talking about supplemental curriculum, Trustee Grissom asked some questions that I promised I would follow up on, which I think are pertinent to your decisions tonight. So the first question that you asked was for the ornamental horticulture textbook, what is the textbook? They will be using the current board adopted horticulture textbook, which is called Stern's Introductory Plant Biology. That has been in use for a while. In addition to that, when we get to
Did you say has or has not?
has.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. In addition to that textbook, when we would get to the supplemental spreadsheet, there's that ICEB site that is paid for by the state of Idaho for our CTE courses. She will also use components of that.
Okay.
So that is that question. And then at the last board meeting, I know Trustee Grissom had mentioned that she had seen the movie The Kite Runner, but none of us had read the book. So I did read the book. I don't know if you had time to.
Yeah, I skimmed through it. I didn't read the whole book. I did the Cliff Notes version.
Okay, I read the whole book
Yeah.
in a very short amount of time because it's actually a pretty easy read. And then you also asked me to ask the ELA teachers if they were using the New York Times teaching resource, which they are not. I didn't even know that existed.
Yep.
And then how are they going to use the book? What are they teaching with it? So this is, I sent the email to the entire team and they sent me an email back as a team and this is their response. So.
Yep, I read that, yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted you to be able
Yeah.
to see that and have that information as you're making some decisions.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it was ever it was never in my head to say absolutely not. My hesitation with the novel was making sure that parents, because it is controversial, that parents were aware that their children may be reading this or assigned to read this. That was the only thing.
And I think I mentioned in conversation between the two of us, but just for the whole board's edification, our ELA teachers, when they send their syllabus home in that first week of school, it says during this course your child may read these books. If there are any on this list that you have concerns about, please notify me and we'll work together to find an alternate assignment for your child. And that came from parent feedback from a few years ago when we had a book that a parent was concerned about. And so I worked with that parent to, how can we make it better so that you are aware ahead of time? And so that was her recommendation and we put that in place.
Yeah, I just wish we could find better books instead of books like this. I mean, it's worldwide controversial. And some of the content I found could be very offensive, and in some people, which everything's offensive nowadays. But even their own country banned it. And my other concern is that it would be presented as factual when it was a single person's account of how they perceived it to be, that's it. But as long as the parent, they're, it's up to the parents still, so.
Yeah, and we definitely have the ability for them to say, I don't want the child to do that.
Yeah. So.
And I was curious, this is also important as the English language arts standards require the following. See also on the Idaho ELA standards, page 6.
Yeah, I couldn't find that either.
Could not find that anywhere. I found the Idaho ELA standards, Page 6 does not give a listing of literature requirements. I did find where there were farther on down, there were pages that did identify certain literature and the components that it captured for what they're looking to achieve.
I don't think they were saying this specifically, this book is listed in the item of standards.
Oh, okay.
I think what they forgot to do was put the
standard.
because when we were looking at it together.
Well, there was a there was a colon
Right,
at
there
the
was a
end, and I'm
colon
like,
there, and then Dr.
wait.
Meyer thought that, she said, that looks like they didn't finish their thought there. So, and I literally just copied and pasted my email in there. So I can, if you're interested, I can go and find what that is alluding to as far as
well,
the ELA standards.
Well, I found the ELA standards for what we're achieving with literature, but that to me implied that there's a list of books.
No.
Okay.
No.
And I didn't think there was because I could not find one.
That should be a set
And-
of the standards that are being met by this book, but that at page 6 isn't that either.
Yeah.
And
But
it
that's
could be
fine.
that I just didn't capture the whole
Yeah.
email. I was trying not to put their names in there. So
Oh, no.
I could have missed it when I was copying and
Yeah.
pasting it in here. So I can follow up on that and just see what that little blip was intended for. But at the top, you can see that I knew it had to do with theme. That was my guess when we talked last. And so they listed all of the different themes that are running through that book.
So how are we notifying the parents that this is a controversial book and that, it has been banned in other countries? And I guess that's my thing, so that they, because the parents get so much at the beginning of the year, like what is going to make them pay attention that, hey, you need to make sure you understand this book is there, and not in the middle of the lesson, then we have an angry parent that shows up. Do we asterisk the list or something, or?
We certainly can. We can highlight it and just say this is one that you might want to take note of and spend some time looking at.
Yeah.
If that helps parents feel like we're being really clear with them about what we're using.
Yeah.
The thing about the list on that syllabus is that we have at each grade level at the high school, there's a list of novels that teachers can use, and they don't all use the same novels every year. And so, and this Kite Runner would be used obviously at the upper grades, it would not be used in the freshman, sophomore classrooms.
I am just really struggling with this book. I struggle to see how it is productive for a child to be reading about these concepts. I guess I just don't understand. Homosexual and heterosexual rape, gun violence, cancer, infertility, adultery, more violence, suicide. I guess I would just be really discouraged if I were a parent and this were on the list, and I understand I could opt out. But just as someone just said, how do I know that this book is something that I wouldn't want my child to read? I'm really not comfortable with it.
Yeah, it's listed under the 10th grade.
Oh, thank you.
For ELA.
So not freshman. Thank you. I only received one email from a parent about this book, and then we received feedback from a staff member about this book. I don't know how many parent responses the board members received. I guess my only concern is in this district, we really have not gone down the path of banning books. And if it was a large number of parents who were requesting that we consider that, I would be open to having that conversation. But if we have 4,400 sets of parents and we only had 5 or 7, I don't know what the number is. I hear what Trustee Major is saying, But when you, at the high school level, when kids can get into some books that have some grit, there's more dynamic dialogue that's happening, and when you're writing argumentative papers and you have to take a controversial issue and write an argumentative paper where you have a claim and a counterclaim, this book provides a really great teaching opportunity for teachers in that way. And because we do have the opt-out option for parents, and if we make it clear that this is a controversial book, I just would feel better about that than going down that road of banning a book. It's the board's prerogative.
I appreciate you saying that, and I'm not saying I want to ban the book, I just don't understand why the book is on the list. But that's fine, you expressed your opinion, and I've expressed mine. I appreciate you listening to it and speaking to that. Thank you.
You're welcome. So that's all I have. And then Dr. Pasley and I will stand for questions as you work through your action item for the list of stuff. There's so many supplemental items on there in case you have any questions.
Do we still use Harry Potter as a teaching material in the district?
We've never used Harry Potter.
Oh, we have it. Is it available to our students in the district?
In the library.
Would you like me to open these? Or Chair Thompson, do you want me to open these up here, or is the board just gonna look at their computers?
Does anyone want them opened up on the large display? Rob?
I looked at all of them.
Okay, me as well. The only question I do have is for the elementary and the secondary, the supplemental request teaching and learning handbook links, those are identical. So do we have the exact same for both secondary and elementary?
It's just.
I just wanted to make sure something forgot to get
It's just
uploaded.
one handbook.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
and we have all grade levels. That way an 8th grade teacher can look ahead at 9th grade
Okay.
content and see.
Okay.
It was how we ensure vertical alignment.
Okay.
But thank you for checking. Because we have had those issues.
Yes, we have. That's why I thought I'd ask. Sometimes it's just me, so. All right, does anyone have any questions, further conversation we'd like to have on the supplemental curriculum materials for elementary and secondary?
Now, is this supposed to include the FFA textbooks, because there's nothing attached there either?
Those we have, remember we had those, the actual copies at the board meeting last time for you to look through. And that's a separate.
I wasn't here.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay,
That was a separate,
Okay.
it's a separate action item.
But there's 3 textbooks that they utilize.
You can probably see them.
Yep.
I have no question, ladies. Thank you.
Thank you. And if there's no further questions or conversations to be had, I would entertain a motion regarding the supplemental curriculum materials for elementary, secondary, and the FFA textbooks. However anybody wants to present it, the motion.
And before we vote, I just want to express my opinion that, these lists can be long.
Oh, yeah.
But as a parent that's exercised my right, the list that you get in the syllabus is very small. So I've had an opportunity. My wife and I looked through the material, and we chose a book that we didn't want, the girls, we didn't think, because they're in 8th grade, every kid's different.
Right.
Yeah.
So we
Agreed.
opted out.
Yeah.
So, I think that, looking at a giant list is pretty
Overwhelming.
formidable, but as a parent, when you get that syllabus, you've got a lot of things going on, but if you're plugged into your kids,
Right.
there's 5 or 6 books.
Right.
And there may not be that many because they're not all used by each teacher. And so you might have 2 or 3 books that they're gonna look at. But if you said, I don't like that book, I don't want my daughter to read Kite Runner, can she do an argumentative essay or whatever? And then they might give us, draw from this
Right,
other. So
right.
it's not like, you know, the parents are getting do a lot of research.
Right.
They might get 2 or 3. So
Yeah.
just a perspective. You know, I didn't have to make this decision yet, but I might have to.
Mhm.
And I like that it's a personal decision.
Correct.
Because it may be banned in a country that doesn't have the same political structure that we have and doesn't want other people in that country, you know,
Right.
they don't want their country to look bad.
Right.
Of course they're gonna ban it.
Right.
I mean, that's just my opinion, but I'm just saying, I like the opportunity to have the freedom as a parent to say yes or no.
No, right.
Right.
That's kind of what,
And every
Right.
parent should have that
Right.
choice.
yeah, I agree, so.
Yes, and that was my thing, is that the parents at the beginning of this year, you know, if you have 4 kids in 4 different grade levels and 4, it's real nice to have something that catches your eye. It's like, oh, maybe I should pay closer attention, right? Because after a while, it's rote. You just sort of,
Sign the
What
form.
beautiful thing is, a lot of information is right at our fingers there, you know.
right.
Type in 4 titles and kind of get an idea if I don't have personal experience.
Yeah.
Right.
So anyway, that's my opinion.
Well, thank you for sharing, Ron. Debbie, do you have, oh, I was just gonna say, Debbie, do you have, or Trustee Major, do you have any other input, comments, conversations you'd like to have before we entertain a motion? Even though I already put it out there.
No,
Okay,
thank you.
you're welcome.
So I would move to approve the curriculum as presented.
I'll second that motion.
I do think, what do I do? Because I think we need to do the elementary supplemental, secondary supplemental, and FFA, not curriculum. Just because there's,
I need them broken out, please.
Sure. Do we want to just vote on each one then?
we can do that if you'd like.
Or do,
You want separate motions?
Yes, separate motions.
so I move to approve the elementary supplemental curriculum materials.
I will second that motion.
Hearing a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Hearing for approve, 1 nay, motion carries.
I'll also move to approve the secondary supplemental curriculum materials as presented.
Okay, I do not hear a second for that motion. So
I would, if trustees have further conversation on this, I would advise that if there's certain items you're not comfortable approving, I would have a conversation about that. And if there's some that you're willing to approve,
would the trustees like to have more conversation on the curriculum, the supplemental request for secondary?
My reason for not seconding the vote is that the overwhelming amount of information on the agenda to begin with, and every link we've had to click and read. Like I said, since Tuesday, I have rescheduled my own personal work to try and get through all of it, and I could not do it at 12, 14 hours a day. So that was the reason I didn't vote, because I didn't get through all of that. So I don't know every little thing that's on there.
This has been, we've done 2 board meetings for this. We do not expect you, so we changed our entire process so that you would be having the information at a prior board meeting as a first read. So you would have at least 2 weeks, and this has been a month. And teachers are expecting, there's Spanish, there's FFA, there's adult living, science, history.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with a lot of that, because we already did see it, like the FFA and all of that other stuff that was in there. Yeah, I don't have a problem with the FFA or any of that that we had saw before.
If the board wants a different timeline, we would need to be apprised of that. Schools, we've been waiting to order these based on board approval and to start the school year. If we go much longer, I fear that teachers who are expecting this will be very disappointed, as will parents and students, if we don't have information that, so I guess I would recommend that we open it up and discuss each one so that you can at least approve what you are willing to approve. And then at least we would know as a group what was not approved. And go back to the drawing board for that.
Yeah. Well, it might just be me. Is there any other trustee here that has any issue with the secondary or the supplementals that are listed? I know the one, we did go through the kite runner and the salt to sea and all those, the welding, we already went through all those. That stood by itself.
Now, these are waiting for your approval because we did a first read with you last time to show you and give you ample time to look at it. The board wanted time to look at it before you approved it, and Ms. Sexton and
Right.
Dr. Pasley made so that they presented it to you, and then now they're bringing it back for approval. So the element.
Maybe that was one that I was gone, I think is what it was. I was
So
out.
Trustee Grissom, I think the courses have been approved, but not the materials that go with them.
Yeah, I think because I wasn't here for any of the curriculum thing, that's probably why. I do remember that all of the supplemental for the welding and obviously the kite runner and all that.
So these are listed up here, the CTE funds for computer apps. We have FFA, 3 things for that, 3 things for Spanish, an adult living by Dave Ramsey, and puzzle.
Yeah, we already went through all this.
These
is
are not
good.
approved by the board.
We have.
Right, but we already went over them and
Yes,
talked about
yes.
it. Right, yeah.
So we're
I
looking for
remember
your
those.
approval now.
Yeah.
And you certainly could take something off if you don't agree with it, but to order these, we have not allowed staff, which is the first year, as I told you at the board meeting, this is not the protocol we followed in the past, but we've learned that the board needs to approve every single piece of curriculum and supplemental.
Right.
So we are waiting for board approval to be able to order these for this year.
Yeah, I have no problem with those, right? Because we already went through all of them. Yeah.
So we just would need a second to Trustee Irons's motion.
I will second the motion.
Hearing a motion in a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
Oh, say me.
All right. Hearing 3 in favor, 2 opposed, motion carries.
And then I move to approve the FFA textbooks. I think that's.
They were already, the 3 of them were already on that secondary.
Okay, so
Yes,
I
thank
just
you.
saw that
Yeah,
it was broken out, just making sure we were.
No, these are textbooks.
Right.
Yeah.
These are actually.
Sorry.
No,
my
that's
fault.
okay. That's okay.
I'll second your motion.
Thank you.
Hearing a motion in a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Next action item is Board Policy 3570F. This came for first read at the last board meeting. It's notification to parents and students of rights concerning a student's school records. This is a form. This is not, this is new. This is not something we have had previously. We should have. Do we have any conversations, questions, concerns about this policy 3570F?
I don't. Thank you for taking the time to put that together.
You're welcome. Okay, if there's no conversations, questions, or concerns, I'll entertain a motion on board policy 3570F.
I'll make a motion to approve 3570F, notification to parents and students of rights concerning student school records.
I will second that motion.
Hearing a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. The next action item is renumbering board policies. The first policy to be renumbered would be policy 4110, patron participation in board meeting. It would become policy 4105. The second policy is policy 2341, speakers in the classroom and at school functions, would become policy 2345. I'll entertain a motion on renumbering of board policies.
I'll move to approve the renumbering of board policies, policy number 4110 to policy number 4105, and policy number 2341 to policy number 2345.
I'll second.
I'll second that.
Hearing a motion and a second, all in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Next item up for action, next action item is the job descriptions. First one is Assistant Superintendent / Federal Programs Director. The second one is Activities Director, High School Assistant Principal job description. Do we have any conversation, questions, concerns on either of these?
I still want to see on the Activities Director one that it be cleaned up and not just talk about athletics, and that it has, there's a lot of instances in this where it just talks about athletics and the athletic program and the sports, and it doesn't include extracurricular activities and activities participants. It just talks about athletes in several different places in this job description.
Okay. I would like to understand, at the July board meeting, we were given two job descriptions for surrounding districts. And I'm curious why our job description is 5 pages long for an athletics or an activities director. When I was looking through some of the job descriptions that are currently up, and they don't seem to be nearly this long. I'm just curious why it's so extensive.
I guess because it's pretty detailed.
Okay.
Chrissy did send this out to the board and asked for feedback before the meeting so that we could make any changes. So if the board would send us input, we would be happy to update the job description. So what I hear Trustee Bain saying is, where it says student athletes, it needs to say student athletes, just students, I think is what you're saying. But if you could send us your
or activities participants, or yes.
If I can scan it, even if you just have it on there electronically, we can scan it in with your suggestions and then bring it back to the next meeting. Okay. That would be great.
Yeah, because we can't, I mean, we can't discuss it until we're in public, so there's no way for us to do that.
Legally, you can, yeah, when we
with
send you
this.
out a job description and say, please give us feedback, you can each give us suggested feedback, and then we can bring it so that it's more closer to what the board would like, and then you can discuss it at the big meeting, but you don't have to discuss it behind the scenes, but you can give us suggestions. So we have 5 people's suggestions. We come to the board meeting with a more prepared document that you've given input to. It just goes quicker, and then we know more what you're thinking.
Well, didn't we have the discussion about making the, oh yeah, we already brought
And I
that up.
had
That's right.
asked for that back when
Yeah.
this first got brought up, when I asked it to be changed from an athletic director to an activities director.
Right.
I also brought up that it was clearly just an athletic director job description, that where it had just been thrown in there a couple of times, the extracurricular activities. It just looked like somebody did it haphazardly, and I actually requested that be changed and have it cleaned up. So yeah, it's the same as it was other than it's been changed to activities director.
So do we have this in Google Docs so we can edit? Okay,
Yeah, I shared it in an email and I can reshare it right now with
Yeah.
you guys.
maybe that'll help with whoever wants changes. They can just go in and make those changes. And
Any other discussion on the activities director, high school assistant principal job? Okay. Do we have questions on the assistant superintendent federal programs director job description?
I have, oh, go ahead, one moment.
No, go ahead, trustee Major.
I just have a couple of concerns, especially after hearing from CFO Wallace today. I have a few concerns about opening up a new position like this. I know that you need the federal program director opening address. Have some hesitations about an assistant superintendent at this time. I just feel like maybe that would be very fiscally responsible.
I guess I didn't understand her concerns. I couldn't hear that last part of your concerns.
I'm sorry. I don't feel like that would be very fiscally responsible to put in a new position for an assistant superintendent at this time. But considering what CFO Wallace had said earlier, is that the part you did not hear, or do you need me to repeat the whole thing?
No, that part was good. And it's not putting in a new position. The federal programs director we had, we're just combining it with assistant superintendent jobs that a current employee is already doing. And so we're combining two positions into one. So we're actually saving the district money.
Well, I do have concerns that the assistant superintendent job description that is up on the website compared to this assistant superintendent federal programs director, there are significant differences. And so I would think that we would want the assistant superintendent to have, if we have two of them, they have pretty parallel job descriptions, but then if they're assigned duties in addition to what is already there, because it appears that the assistant superintendent job description that's on there, it states, oversees the district's crisis response plan, school safety and security and emergency procedures. I don't know if that is one assistant super's job responsibility, or if that's something that's come up that we've assigned to that position, which is what I think has happened, because it kind of reads, I think a job description should be specific for what you want anyone that's going into that position to do, and then, or to entail. And then when you add other things to that, I mean, there's always that clause on there that's, other duties as assigned. So I think I would like to see just a job description for the federal programs director. This is what the federal programs director does, because I mean, it may not always be the assistant superintendent. So is my perspective. I don't know if anyone else feels that way. When I compared what was there and then what was brought to us, I mean, there are significant differences between both job descriptions, but they're both superintendents or assistant superintendents, excuse me. That is concerning.
Well, I have a question along those lines, because when we were talking about this before, having dual assistant superintendents, one would be a secondary and one would be elementary.
Yep.
So if we shifted from a single assistant superintendent to the duals because of the growth of just, then one would be assistant superintendent for secondary and one would be, so really would there be, are those duties the same other than?
Yeah,
one's
the
in charge?
overarching duties are the same, just one's with secondary, one's with elementary. And we did have a federal programs director job description, but it is not a full-time job in our size of district, which I shared with the board already. So we're putting the assistant superintendent federal programs together because we know as a district office admin team that this is how we can best cover what we need to legally, ethically, and for our patrons. We're trying to make sure that we save taxpayer dollars. We're being conscientious with that while still covering the duties that we're responsible to cover. So this assistant superintendent job has the federal programs director and elementary issues. And then the assistant superintendent that's currently in place is outdated. Ms. Cunningham shared that with the board before, that it needs to be updated. But going along the lines of giving the board ample time to look things through, we didn't want to throw on a second job description, because this one you've had for the last 2 meetings to look at and ask questions and send me any questions you have. And so far I haven't received any except for.
Well, I didn't get the assistant superintendent until it got put back up on the website, which is where I found it. And I did ask for that at the last meeting. But my concern is
Board over a month ago, so you would have time to look at it.
not this one. I'm talking about the current assistant superintendent. We have her job description in comparison to what we're writing, because to me, you have the same position, but as Rob stated, one should be elementary focused, the other secondary focused. And I would think that would be more in the descriptiveness of the job description. But respecting you saying that the federal programs director doesn't need to, it's a part-time position. We keep being told that this students with special needs, whatnot, that segment is continuing to grow.
And that's not federal programs, that's the disability director. That's completely different.
I understand that, but Title I funding, all of that stuff, I think it would behoove the district to have a federal programs director job description of its own thing, and not placing that burden on another assistant superintendent that has significantly different job duties than the assistant superintendent that's currently in place.
Wasn't the federal programs director, like you said, that special education, all that, but isn't the IDEA AB and 504 and all that, aren't those isn't that something that the federal programs director would oversee?
No, that's part B, and that's the students with disability. There are some districts that put it together. Our district has not done that, and our students with disability director has a full-time job doing the part B, which is
right.
It is a federal program, but it's separate. It's called part B.
So what did our prior federal programs person do?
Well, as I shared, that person was a principal, and then they had a stipend to do the federal programs director for several years before I got here. Then it continued on that. Then they were starting another district program for 2 years and did federal programs. Then the person started another district program and did federal programs last year. And now I'm trying to save the taxpayer dollars, and I would not ask for something less than we needed, because then I would be doing more work. So I'm actually taking the taxpayer dollars and putting it how best efficiently to run the district. And our team has worked really hard on this structure. This is how we feel. And again, I've been doing this for a lot of years, and this is how it would best serve the students of this community. For us to have an assistant superintendent, federal programs director, and she will concentrate on elementary, and an assistant superintendent for secondary and safe schools. We just didn't bring that job description because we didn't want to muddy the waters, but I'm happy to have Ms. Sexton rewrite that and bring it to the board to the next meeting if the board chooses. But this is my recommendation, and it's our team's recommendation, is this is what's best for kids in this district, and for us to ethically and morally cover the duties that we're responsible for covering.
Well, this makes sense to me from the standpoint that the federal programs director has to go to the different schools and, you know, as a superintendent in charge of the elementaries, we have more elementaries than we have the secondary, so I personally don't have a problem. And things can always change, but I just don't have a problem, you know, putting the federal programs director with the superintendent of, you know, emphasis on elementary, if that makes sense. I would venture to say that we'll have updated at some point in the future of the other assistant superintendent, since it does need to be updated. That's my perspective.
Yeah, we did update it when it was brought to us last year. When we were told then that it was out of date, and we updated it because my question was that the duties that were listed under the old one that we updated were actually what the superintendent was doing. And so that's when Ms. Sexton looked at it and said, oh no, I don't do this anymore. I do this, this, and that. And we did update the assistant superintendent job description.
Well, does anyone want to bring a motion regarding the job descriptions? Or should we table them?
Well, they're under the same heading, so I don't know that you can pull them apart.
Trustees did break apart the previous action item on curriculum.
But they were broken apart
They were
on the
elementary and
agenda.
secondary were-
Yeah, they were broken apart. There was, yeah, H2A, H2B. This is just attachments to job descriptions under H5.
Well, I don't have a problem with both job descriptions and the way that they're described, so I would make a motion to approve the job descriptions. These two.
Anyone for a second?
No.
Okay, then the motion dies.
So I guess we need to have a federal programs director before school starts. So what is the board's idea for how I'm going to move forward with the federal programs director position?
I think we had that discussion before, and if I remember right, I think the board's thought then was that it needed to be its own own position.
Okay.
If I remember right.
So I want it on record that our decisive district does not require a full-time federal programs director, and the board wants me to hire a full-time federal programs director with taxpayer dollars.
Well,
That's
I
what I
didn't
hear.
think it had to be full-time though. So it has to be full-time now or part-time? Because this would be part-time, right? If they were together, they operate with both, so you can't hire a part-time. I'm just trying to remember what the last conversation was.
We had a federal programs director / reach that resigned.
Right.
So we have hired a part-time reach. The board talked about it. We're hiring a part-time reach that's a principal's assistant because there's only 82 kids in that program right now.
Mm-hmm.
When the reach person was doing reach and federal programs, there was almost 500 kids at the beginning of the year, and we were developing the program. That we are in a different spot now with only 82 kids in an online program, and more students are going to be back. Unless something changes and they're going to be going more online, then we have to be flexible. But as of right now, we were on a process for us to have doing the assistant superintendent with our size of district to separate to elementary and secondary, and then adding the federal programs onto the elementary because it's not a full-time position. So I could add the federal programs director onto a principal position, if that's what the board desires, but there still will be work at the district level that will need to be, that we'll need to cover. So it's currently being covered.
So, and that's how it was before, was principal / federal programs director was the function, even before REACH, that's
Yes.
what that person was doing.
Yes.
But with the new implementation plan of splitting for secondary and elementary brought about this assistant.
Yeah, it's been a 3-year program, a 3-year plan of transitioning that the prior board approved that we talked about before as a board. And we're really going into the 3rd year. But because the federal programs director resigned, we were moving forward the plan of the year and putting these two together because we know that we can do the work.
Okay.
I'm with Rob. I don't have a problem with that one. I just have issues with the activities director.
Well, and I think you're right. I
Job
mean,
description.
rewording the activities, I mean, because it should encompass all activities, and I see your point about it. Just really, you know, it was gone through and a lot of the parts were changed to encompass activities, but a lot of them are still focused on athletics. Now, one of the things is there is some language in there that, you know, there are some specifics about that have to focus on athletics.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I understand that, and
But I just
those
don't
are
know
the
if they
places
went-
where I didn't, on mine, I didn't change it. I do recognize
Yeah,
that.
but it just wasn't all. So I get that. I mean, I just don't know if. Can we approve one and not the other as it's presented? Can we?
Can we amend the agenda? But I don't know that you can do it now. Dr. Meyer, do you have somebody in mind for the position? Is there somebody in district for this position? Or
Yes.
do we have to fly the position?
We would, at the very minimum, with our HR protocol that we have in our admin handbook, at the minimum, we would need to do an in-district opening, and anyone who was interested and qualified would apply. And then if the board so desired, they could request that I open it in and out of district to have a bigger applicant pool. There is somebody qualified, the board that we've talked about, that has been doing part of a 3-year transition plan that could step into the position. But I personally think we need to at least open it up in district to see if there's anybody else interested and make sure it's open to other folks, and then do a hiring process. But we need to have a federal programs director.
Well, then I would say we should move forward with opening up a federal programs director on a part-time position, because that's what you're stating. The position entails is only a part-time work. It's not a full-time job. And move forward that way. And if you're doing it in district, then, you know, if someone's qualified to take on that part-time position, then we move forward with that. If you do it in and out, I don't know if that would widen the pool and not, you know, overtax someone else already in a full-time position.
I don't agree with
Trustee
that.
Thompson, can I?
You don't agree with that?
Can I?
Okay.
Not at all.
I mean, I don't want to create.
Can I do this for a sec?
Yeah.
Thank you. Just hearing the conversation, and maybe it's because I'm old and I've been to many places. So a lot of times these positions are combined. So for example, my brother-in-law, who's now a superintendent, he was a principal, but then he's at a smaller district in Idaho, and he was the assistant superintendent, and really he was the special ed director the Title I director and assistant superintendent sort of had all those hats
Mhm.
because the district was only 2,000 kids. And so you can't really disaggregate. You don't have first the revenues for the extra people, and really you don't have the students. It is a little smaller of a job. When I was at Washougal, which is about 3,000 kids, we had a federal programs director who did special education and Title I, so all the federal programs, about 3,000. But just right when you hit around our district, our size, special education becomes too big to take on another hat. It's just too big of a job. And so like at East Valley, which has, just over in Spokane, and their staffing was pretty similar for these things. We had a special ed director, and then you would have, often it would be like your Title I director, but sometimes they would be assistant sup because it just was that size. At Coeur d'Alene, bigger with almost 11,000 kids, they have a special education director, they have a director, or they may even call them assistant sups now, I don't know what the title is, of secondary, a director of elementary, and they have a Title I director, they have 4. And then they also have an assessment director because they're just bigger, it gets bigger. Where in a district our size, you just wear more hats. And one reason you do that is that if you post a 0.6 job or 0.5, you may not get an applicant. Okay?
Not somebody that's qualified to do
Right.
that.
And so that's why a lot of times at district our size, you're sort of forced if people want to wear different hats. And actually at a bigger district, sometimes it's easier because you have the resources to hire that. And so we're in a 4,500 kid districts in this funny spot because we have full-time jobs, but we don't have enough for redundancy. Like I have one payroll person. If they don't show up, it's trouble in River City.
Right.
Where bigger districts might have 3 and if one got sick and stuff. So that's our challenge, and that's why I think why Dr. Meyer is looking at trying to combine positions because that's just sort of the nature of our size. But I just wanted to sort of
No, and I absolutely respect that, and I totally don't have a problem with people wearing separate hats at all. I think that's how you navigate through everything. I guess what I struggle with is the job description, assistant superintendent / federal programs director, and the assistant superintendent job description is significantly different, which those job descriptions are tailored for those people that are holding that position or intend to hold that position right now. It's not for someone that's just walking into the district saying, I'd like a job. So that's where I'm a little challenged by what I'm being asked to approve, because I would think an assistant superintendent / federal programs and an assistant superintendent, aside from the elementary and secondary components that should be altered, the rest of the job description should remain fairly the same, but they're not. So that's where I'm a little concerned about approving this job description when I have an assistant superintendent job description that isn't paralleling. They're not running on the same platform, and it doesn't make sense to me.
And I hear where you're coming from. And often, sometimes, and it may not be the best way, sometimes districts our size end up doing that because things change. So when I was, even a bigger district, when I was at Coeur d'Alene, I was finance director and operations. So I was doing the whole thing in a job description. When I left, they hired an operations director, they hired a finance director.
Right, they split the position.
Right, they split the position. So obviously that was a whole rewrite, and they wrote, I guarantee you, some of those job descriptions to the skills of the people that were sort of going to take those positions. And so sometimes that is nature, and I hear what you're saying.
Okay.
But it's not super unusual.
Well, I mean,
But I don't want to get in your discussion.
I hear you.
I was just trying to explain the.
No, thank you. I hear you. Thanks.
Okay, thanks.
So then where does that leave us? Further conversation or discussion? The superintendent needs direction about the federal programs director.
Oh, I'm still in favor of combining it with the admin. I think that's a good fit. It just makes sense. I get Trustee Bain's point about the activities director. I can see 100%. So I don't know where the, where the impasse is, because we obviously need a federal programs director.
Right.
Don't think, I don't know. I think that's a good fit. I think that makes sense to me in my brain. I think that you make a good point that the assistant superintendent side should be pretty close. Both of them should be pretty close. I mean, obviously, the secondary is going to have some different than the elementary.
Right.
I think we obviously need to commit to revamping the other one. And really, honestly, if they would have both been here, then it would probably, as much as it muddies.
Which is what I asked for.
Which is.
So I'll just bring them next time. I'll bring them. That's what we had talked about, and they didn't. Anyway, we are trying to give the board an extra meeting to look through things. We've given you this one ahead of time twice before, so that you would have ample time to look at it and make suggestions. So I thought it was going to be that you were, because I hadn't heard. The only feedback I heard is that the federal programs director should be by itself, and I thought it was really clear that we didn't need to spend the money to do that in this size of district. So I'll just bring it all back to the next. I will get it done tomorrow and send it out to the board so you can review it and have it ready for the next meeting, so that they can be what you're saying. The assistant superintendent for elementary / federal programs, elementary assistant superintendent for secondary with safe schools, and put them together and bring them to the board at the next, send them to you prior to the next meeting.
Okay, wait a minute. So you're taking those two positions and putting them on one job description?
No.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because I thought that's what. Perfect.
The secondary with the safety, the elementary with the.
That would be fine. That would be fine. Okay.
The activities director, bring
Yeah,
on that.
and then if
I'll
I
send
just
you-
great, if I have that, then I'll have that all done, and she wasn't at the last meeting, so I think that's where we dropped it all. So we'll get those all ready to go and send them to the board ahead of time, so that it's not just 2 days ahead of time for review, that you'll have more time to look at those.
Is that going to give you enough time to do what you need to do with the federal programs director? Okay.
Yeah, I was
Okay, so I'll make a motion that we table these job descriptions until the next meeting, which is August 26th, and we'll make sure that the corrections are submitted to Dr. Meyer for the job descriptions.
Okay.
I'll second your motion.
Hearing a motion and a second, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Did she say nay?
I think she, I'm not sure.
Trustee Major, did you say nay?
No, I did not say nay. I said yes.
Okay, thank you.
Trustees, who seconded that motion?
Randy. Next action item is the fall athletic schedules. Do we have any conversation, discussion, questions on any of these schedules?
I do not.
I do not.
Well, I move to approve the fall athletic schedules as presented.
I do have one quick question. On the Lakeland High School, it looks like some of the, I think the soccer program got in there twice. I just want to make sure that was just a simple error, not that there's something else that's.
Girls and boys.
There was.
It's just there twice.
They're duplicative,
Okay, I'll
yeah.
check it.
Okay. But other than that, I'll entertain a motion then if there's no further discussion on the fall athletic schedules.
Yeah, I move to approve the fall athletic schedules as presented.
I'll second that.
Having a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Next action item is the transportation routes for 2021-2022 school year. Is there any conversation, discussion, questions on this?
I have none.
Okay. Then I'll entertain a motion on the transportation routes for the 2021-2022 school year.
I'll move that
I'll
we,
make a motion to approve the transportation routes for 2021-2022 school year.
second that.
Hearing a motion and a second, all in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Moving on to the Kootenai County Sheriff MOU. The SRO agreement. Are there any questions?
Yep, so I think this was the language that was originally presented to us that we were gonna work on.
Right.
And yeah, I don't know what happened there. We didn't, and I think we talked about the SRO's teaching curriculum and classrooms, and we were told, no, that doesn't happen, but it's still in the MOU. I think some of the language still needs to be cleaned up based on the last conversation that we had.
Okay. Yes.
On where it talks about the instruction,
Mm-hmm.
are you showing strike-throughs?
No, it says that they'll provide educational benefits by teaching curriculum units, leading classroom presentations, and presenting assemblies covering topics that are developmentally appropriate for the students in attendance. And then including that's struck out, but it's still, because our question before was about actual teaching curriculum in the classroom.
They don't have their own curriculum, but they might go into a kindergarten classroom and help the counselor teach about how to walk safely across the street or how to safely ride a bike. And so they don't have their own, but they support the instruction that's happening in the classroom. I considered striking that out because I know we had had that conversation.
Yep.
And if that needs to be modified so that it says supporting teachers in the classroom, we certainly can do that, but that's the intention of that. They are sometimes asked to go into classrooms to talk about, safe choices at the intermediate level, because we have some requirements to talk about tobacco use and some of those kinds of things in our health curriculum. And they do go in and do some presentations at times. It really was kind of more directed toward high school SRO, and so I was trying to tailor it to the elementary environment. So if there's something there that you want me to modify, I certainly can do that.
Yeah, I was just going off the conversation that we had before.
We do the Red Ribbon Week in October with the drug awareness, and our SROs do a lot with kids and part of that assembly. So that's why I left those things in there. We also had talked about them not having a background in counseling, and we'd rather have our counselors do that, so I did.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, this actually looks, I think the very first one we looked at was, this one looks better than the other one that we looked at, that's for sure.
There is a typo in part 7, consideration. I want to make sure, the payment, it's in full, and it just says in fill. When it comes to payment, I probably should give this.
Where is that?
Part 7, or is this the whole, am I looking at the different one? Consideration.
No, it's second row, second sentence.
Paid in.
To accept in-fill payment.
In-fill payment, just needs to be in full. It's just a typo.
In under 7, okay.
That's just that.
else, I think that was,
And Lieutenant Ellis is here if you have any
okay.
specific questions.
I don't have any specific, it was just the, that one about the classroom, the curriculum thing. Yeah, if we can just word it some other way or just take out the, I mean, can you just say classroom presentations or assisting the teacher or
I can change that.
whatever? But yeah, this is much better than the other one we saw. I don't think I have any other questions on this one.
Not that we would. But the way I'm reading section 8, term amendment, renewal and termination of agreement, if for some reason this needed to be terminated, it does not appear that there is any consequence to that. Are we still bound to the 10 monthly payments if this agreement is canceled? Okay, that's how I read it, but I thought, wow,
Do you want me to put that
that's
in the
pretty,
motion
what, that
under,
that we're not held. Okay, yeah, just something to clarify that neither party's bound to fulfill the contractual obligation if it's terminated. Yeah. Okay.
I have no other questions or anything about it. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the Kootenai County Sheriff's Office MOU?
I have none.
Okay, then I'll entertain a motion on the Kootenai County Sheriff Office MOU.
I'll move that we approve the Lakeland Kootenai County Sheriff's SRO agreement as presented with the minor corrections noted by Trustee Iron and myself.
I'll second that motion.
Hearing a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Moving on to discussion items. Thank you. Moving on to discussion items. The first item for discussion is the 2021-2022 LJSD operational plan. We have, I think and the safe return to in-person instruction checklist. I think we did pretty much cover the topics of the operational plan.
Direction from the board to move forward.
Okay, perfect. And then on the checklist, my only question is, it states date LEA's 2021 back to school plan. So that was last year's. Okay. Was approved by the board, was on 4/5. Okay. I didn't understand that. So got it. And then you answered all these questions, correct?
Yep, but now, once we get through the next iteration, then we'll have yeses on everything, but, and then we'll both sign it before October 5th.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Any other discussion on this?
I still want to see yellow. I'm not for orange.
I'm not for orange either. I would like a middle ground. I don't think orange is it, but I don't know. All right, then discussion on the continuous improvement plan.
We do need to do that, obviously. We need to get started on this month too, I think.
Like I'm up here a lot tonight. I did want to just share with the board that while we were at the IASA conference last week, Dr. Pasley and I sat in the SIP breakout session with the two authors of the legislation that ended up becoming statute. And one of the things that I just wanted the board to be aware of that they said loudly and often is that their intent behind this document is to allow districts to kind of showcase using benchmarks other than this ISAT, because we're having some issues with the ISAT, where our strengths are. But they, one of the things that they said that was not helpful to them, and the feedback they gave us was, when your current reality is, say we're at 68% of our kids made their growth on iReady. I'm just throwing a number out there. They don't want to see that then the next year we write our goal that 80% aren't there, because it's not attainable. They really want to see districts writing goals that are realistic and attainable.
Right.
So as we are contemplating our goals for this year, I just wanted to make sure that I shared that with you. Chrissy and Dr. Pasley and I did sit down and started to fill out some of the state required metrics. There are some that the state hasn't released yet. And then that we do have a requirement to show what percentage of our kids made adequate growth on the ISATs this year. And when I talked to Kevin Whitman at the State Department yesterday and had him looking at our ISAT data with me, I said, can you help me figure out where I find that data? And he said, it doesn't exist. So there are some fields that we're supposed to fill out, but at this point, I'm not quite sure where we're getting that data. So we're working on that. And then we, based on the goals that the board had in place last year in the SIP and the input from the legislators at our breakout, we tweaked those goals just to give us a starting place when we come together to meet. But I did want you to know that we had at least started to tackle some of the metrics.
Thank you. On the SIP plan or the continuous improvement plan?
I have none.
Okay. Moving on to the final accountability report for the 2020-21 school year. I'm just curious. I tried looking back. I didn't see where we had been consistently doing a 1 and 2, and I thought that was a recent revision. I'm just curious why the same report that was sent out at the mid-year was sent out at the end of the year, just a few tweaks, instead of giving either building on information or new information encompassing more of where we've ended, instead of at the mid-year, this is where we're at, then we come to the end of the year and we're still in that same place. So I was just curious.
Yeah, the letter to the patrons is updated, and we only do one parent. We do it in October, so it's ready for the mid-year. And then the work that we did with the Levy dollars, that's where we are. That's what we did this year. We were in the middle of 6% holdback, so we didn't have a lot to work with this year. So the amount that what we did with the Levy dollars was the same for the year. I guess did the whole year and that side-by-side checklist.
Okay, but it's the same checklist that was presented mid-year.
Yep.
So is it then I mean, in reflecting back, it just doesn't.
Yeah, the letter to the patrons in the beginning, that second part is updated.
Yeah, there were some modifications to the language in there.
Yep. But the other programs are year-long programs, and we didn't have a lot of work with the Levy dollars. It was the same that was at mid-year as what we did for projects for the whole year. So it wasn't like I had separate projects that we did second semester. It was the projects that were already underway and things that were paused.
Okay. So do you anticipate that, routinely it will be just sort of a modified version of what went out first when we do the second one?
The second one's usually different, but again, this year, because we're in the middle of COVID and a 6% holdback, we had less spending that we did this year than we typically do. You can see those programs that were paused are paused, so we have to wait, and those will be coming back next year. So that's the part with the patrons that I wanted to make sure they saw, that we are bringing things back with Levy dollars that were put on pause because of the 6% holdback. And I've done 2 accountability reports every year since 2017.
I couldn't find them on our website, the 2s. So that's why I was just curious. Any other discussion on the final accountability report?
The annual state survey, where were those? Because I couldn't find those. It says I was curious as to what they were. And then I went and looked at a couple of schools. I don't know if all school has one, or I don't even know what they're referring to. So I guess that's why I was curious. It says spring 2021 annual state survey at each building, and then it says available on each school's website.
Yeah, that's their annual, as required by the state. They each have a parent and a student engaged and a staff, 3 staff, student and parent engagement survey that they take for the state that they're required to do.
Mm-hmm. And what? But where do they put them on their website? I guess that's the thing. I couldn't find them.
Okay. Well, I can follow through with that and
okay.
Ask each principal where that's located. They put it in their IPLP, so I will follow up and ask about that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
It's also available on the state website. They have that information for each district and available. So that's not the way to look at it, but I'll find out where they are.
So that the report card, it's the same information as what's on the report card?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
It's under the non-academic indicator somewhere.
Yeah. Okay.
Do we ever put in place measures to improve what's on the state report card? I'm curious.
Explain your question to me again.
Well, I noticed on the state report card, because I did go and look at that when I couldn't find anything on the school websites. When I pulled it up, it said that there were several things that we needed improvement on. So I was just curious, and it not all of the slides had 2020 data, but some of the compartments did have 2020 data that said the gap's growing, we're not going in the right direction. So do we ever look at that and address it to improve, or is it just based off of what the school's input and we just go from there? I'm trying.
Yeah, and I think with our continuous improvement plan and the metrics that the board decides to, if the board feels like something's important that we should do, that's when we do that board workshop that we did last year to set the goals.
Okay.
And then you had said, math was important, and other people had different ideas that building those board goals based on that would be what we would focus on.
Okay, good to know. Thank you. Discussion on curriculum for the agricultural sales and entrepreneurship. This is a course.
I don't have any discussion. I just think that it's a really cool class. So whoever should have together, it's awesome.
To honor the kind of the process that we've worked together to create the board and myself with regard to new course proposals. It's on here as a discussion item so that you are aware of it, and then I would ask Chrissy to put it on as an action item at the next board meeting. Mr. Everlin and Mrs. Duran both are aware of that we had requested course proposals last spring so that we could go through this process and have these done in ample time for them to get them into the master schedule. She went to a really great professional development course this summer, and this course was shared with her, and she just brought it back to Mr. Everlin, and they felt, to Trustee Major's point, that this was a really good course and it really bolstered the ag program at Timberlake High School, and it would be something that the kids would be really interested in. So that's why it's coming to you late.
Okay. So they would like to implement this for this upcoming year, correct? Okay. When new school schedules go out.
Yeah, we have a few weeks.
Okay. All right.
But Mr. Everland knows that this is the timeline and he'll.
Okay.
He's got a plan in his mind for that.
Well, it is a great course.
And then I'll stay in for the next item once you guys are ready.
And
I had no questions on those.
there is no curriculum on this. It's through the FFA textbooks. Is that correct?
It's that same ICD.
Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Yes.
I thought I had seen that. I have no other questions. Anybody else?
No, I do not.
Okay. Any other conversation?
No.
Okay. The supplemental resources for board consideration.
This is from Melanie Worth at Timberlake Middle School. A list of some library books she would like to purchase and put in the library. And we have discussed that we would use the same process for that. And so because these are supplemental resources, the timeline's a little bit longer than the course proposal.
Mhm.
So this is just, I'm bringing this to you, and then it'll be a discussion item on the next board meeting, so that if you have questions or concerns or follow-up you need for me to do,
Okay.
we'll do that, and then I would bring it to you as an action item at the September board meeting.
Okay. So they're looking to, so Timberlake Middle School is looking to order a
One copy of each of those library books that's on that list.
Okay, but then there's also supplemental science curriculum.
Yes, so
Okay.
we'll follow the same process.
Okay.
Kessler Science, so currently, as we've discussed, our science textbooks are not in alignment with the newest standards.
Right.
And so they would like to be able to use this to supplement their instruction.
Okay.
So I've provided that link to their page for you so that you can kind of take a look at it.
Okay.
And we would have a full month to make decisions on this item.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that.
Oh, I guess I'm staying one more.
The math pilot.
Math pilot. I just wanted to update you because on the when you look at the bills list for at the next board meeting, we submitted 2 purchase orders, one for mid-school math and one for Discovery Ed math tech book as part of the math pilot. Because at the middle level, we have some teachers who are looking at iReady and are participating in that pilot. But they have a few concerns about iReady at the middle level, and they really wanted to look at some other programs that might be better suited for middle school. So they're small amounts, but I just wanted to remind you that we are using more than lost dollars to pay for those, so that, and the intent, really, this is a weird year as far as this pilot goes. We typically don't buy pilot materials for every single teacher in the district, but because they don't currently have a math textbook, we're trying to make sure as we go through this math adoption process that they have a viable textbook that they can use for their instruction, and then we will, it actually gives us an opportunity to gather data, student achievement data based on the implementation of those programs in those classrooms as we start to make some decisions about which program is going to best suit our needs.
Okay.
So I just wanted you to know that that was coming.
Okay. All right, discussion on the student handbooks.
I have none right now. There are some things in there, but I don't remember now. Seemed like there
I'm
was.
assuming that on this schedule, I think was prepare for, when we talk about Reach Academy, that the handbook for the Reach Academy was approved at that time. I just don't see it in here.
Okay, so will the Reach Academy have a
I know
handbook?
that Ms. Morrison started that before she left, so I will get that.
Okay. I do want I'm curious why the high schools are now doing one book instead of two. Do we know why? Timberlake and Lakeland, because last year the comments were that, you know, they're both individual, they both, which I supported, they both, you know, one has a hat day, one doesn't, you know, or one lets them wear hats to keep their individuality, but now we have one student handbook.
And it looks terrible. I'm gonna give you my honest opinion. It's very hard to read. It is awful. That's my opinion. It looks terrible. I don't know.
Trustee Thompson, I can address the question as to why there's just one.
Okay.
As we were talking, the principals at the high schools felt like it would be good just for parents to have some consistency with expectations of the two high schools. And then as we've been working on policy and policies changed, they just felt really comfortable moving in that direction. So that was why they made that decision.
Okay.
They felt like they still could have some individuality, but as far as how they were, you know, the student discipline, those kinds of things, they felt like that needed to be similar.
Okay, and I do appreciate identifying the policies in these books. I think it's critical. However, the dress on the board policy is wrong. It's not 3260, it should be 3255. We updated that several board meetings ago, or not board, policy committee addressed that several meetings ago. It's been approved by the board. And when I looked at our policies page, we have 3255 and 3260 on the board for student dress. So we do need to take 3260 down. And then the books would need to be revised with the new policy. Because I'm like, wait. No. So that was one significant thing that I saw that I was like, whoa, this is not good.
The school the admin spent a lot of time on these, so it would be nice if there was something positive or that you thought I could give for feedback. They spent a lot of time on this to try to get it some consistency. And if you don't think it looks good and it looks terrible, I would appreciate some specific feedback instead of just saying out in public that it looks terrible. I don't feel like that's very productive feedback for the principals.
It's very difficult to follow because there's places where it says Lakeland High School and places where it says Timberlake High School. And if we're doing a combined piece, it should either say Lakeland School District High Schools or something, or say both. If it's supposed to be for both. It very much looks like a cut and paste of the two handbooks, which
The Lakeland Middle School handbook is not citing policies. They're listing things. The elementary did a great job on it. The high school did a great job on incorporating the policy reference numbers. I'm not positive on Lakeland Middle School though. It would be great if they could add those policy numbers in there just so that parents have the reference that this isn't just from them, it's actually from the school district policies. Yeah, and it was the same with Timberlake Middle School. So the middle schools did not reference policies. And respectfully, if the two, I appreciated last year when I brought my questions about these seem so different, and both principals were like, we are different. So, but then I also understand that there needs to be some uniformity on both high schools approaching the deadline or the end goal of graduation in the same way. So
I think they felt like they were more similar than they thought they were when we started having the conversation. And once they started that conversation, they just felt like this makes the most sense to us to just be.
okay.
And they were listening to the conversation the elementary principals were having about
Okay.
how nice it has been for them to have one
Right.
uniform handbook where the expectations are the same in all schools. So
Right.
that's kind of what drove that conversation.
Okay. However, I mean, in my opinion, while elementary schools, each and every one of the ones we have are very unique, they are all fairly similar in approach. And I respected the fact that the two high schools do have differences within the similarities. So I just, from my perspective as a trustee, I don't see that they should have to incorporate both books. I would think both books or two books with the same language identified specific to that school would be appropriate, so that maybe they're both saying the same thing, but they still retain their own individual identity. Because the middle schools have done that. I mean, they seem to be paralleling pretty close. I wouldn't see why the high schools wouldn't want to do that as well. And I did appreciate having one elementary, because there are so many elementary schools, and then going through, and then, you know, it is easier to change a master document. It really is. But I don't want either high school to feel like they have to become, you know, one and of the same, because they're not. I mean, their leadership's completely different. Their kids are different. And I think that's what makes this district great, is their each individual uniqueness to obtain the same goal to graduate. So, but the dress policy is wrong. Okay.
I will,
Yeah.
and I will share that perspective with them.
Okay.
They didn't do it because they felt they had to.
Okay. Well, that's good to know.
Yeah.
That's good to know. Okay.
Did they get student input at all about, like, maybe with the student councils and that kind of stuff? I'm just, from perspective of having a combined, I'm just thinking in terms of like City and Portland High School. I mean, you kind of have a friendly competition, and the independent school pride, even though we're all part of the, that would be my only take on it, is, you know, the Lakeland High School kids, you know, they're passionate about being Hawks. And, you know, first day of school, you get your handbook, and you get kind of a duel, and, you know, I don't know. I think that when you get to those upper levels, the kids probably get a little more passionate, you know, in whatever activities that they're doing, and you know, yeah. So anyway, that's my perspective. I think, you know, having, like you say, taking the document that they worked hard on, and maybe just changing a couple of things so that they
Be separate, yeah.
be separate, but are, you know, have a lot of similarities is probably.
Yeah, they can have a master document, but they can, you know, because there's a few things that do need to be tweaked. So, and I don't know that it would be, I honestly wasn't able to get through the entire handbook, but I don't know if there's still that caveat of, well, at Timberlake, we do this. At Lakeland, we do this. I don't know that that's beneficial to have in one book. I really don't think it is. But I don't think there's anything wrong with the independent pride of the school you go to.
I think this should be a professional document. I think it should be consistent font wise. I just think it could look a lot better, which would lend itself to the readability of it, and be, you know, the stuff that clearly came out of the Lakeland handbook is much smaller font than the stuff that clearly came out of the Timberlake handbook. You can tell. It looks like it was cut and paste, and nobody took the time to actually make it look like a professional document. The content isn't terrible. I just think it could use cleaning up.
Okay, that's good. It's good to have specific feedback like that, so we will talk to them.
I think that's all relative, and I agree with what you guys are saying.
We'll bring those back at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. And then we have first reads of policy 4175, which is required annual notices, policy 4110, public complaints, and policy 2425, parental rights. 4175 is a policy that we should have had, but we don't, so we're putting it there. And this is basically letting parents know of everything they have a right to be informed of at the start of school, and that they should be informed of, and where to find what the policy is. Policy, go back, here we go. Public complaints. This is a new policy, one that we didn't have, which is why we had to renumber. It's a fairly short one, just stating that, the board is interested in, complaints, valid complaints, and suggestions for improvement. And it shows how to, or it tells them what's expected if they have a complaint, how to move forward with the uniform grievance procedure, which I think is still, are we still working on that one, or is it? Yeah, we're waiting on the attorney. Yeah, that's right. And then the parental rights is a policy that we did previously have, but we've updated it. It had been a really long time since it had last been looked at. So there's some new language that's in green. Is that right? I can't remember.
As I understand.
Yeah, okay. Green is new.
Is brought, well, I
No.
think green's brought from our
previous policy.
It's currently in place, and
Okay.
red is new language.
Yes, thank you, on this particular policy. So there was some language that was okay. We have a new policy presented to us from ISBA with the recommended changes, and then we look at what we previously had, and we try to find the middle ground with both policies. So the green is language that we're incorporating back in from the policy we previously had. And the new language there's no highlight or whatnot, was already there. And then the red language is additional language that is being added that is significant to the policy. So those are the three. Is there any conversation, discussion, comments about any of the policies?
I just realized that the the annual notices policy.
Yes.
Doesn't reference the law. And I think that's both state and federal, I believe. These requirements, that these certain policies, I do know that there's Idaho statute that has a requirement for those, but I think there's also a federal requirement for some policies on an annual basis.
Oh, yeah, I just have my one page.
So I'll pull those.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything further? Okay, moving on to critical race theory, project 1619. Should be noted, I asked this to be on the discussion item because at last board meeting, we had a patron speak to the board and say, where does the district stand? And we couldn't discuss it with her because it wasn't on the agenda. So I felt it important that we take the time, because it's on the agenda now, to have a conversation about critical race theory, project 1619, and how this district is proceeding with regard to that. Comments? Conversation?
Well, I think it's, the statute's already been written, 133, 138, and 33, 139, which was from House Bill 377, already pretty much lays it out as far as this the critical race theory. I mean, it all sort of goes together, Project 1619. And some of the other things, including restorative justice practices, which we have in the district but have no policy addressing. And some of the others, I do know that the current administration and the NEA, the National Education Association, has backed some of these thoughts or these perspectives or whatever you want to call them. I mean, they're really nothing new. They've been around for many years.
Correct.
But I believe that obviously if this governor signed it into law and Idaho's already has it in statute that it's illegal to do these things, I would assume that the district is not going to do them. Do we need to address them in policy, or, I mean, it's already illegal. You know, it would already be a violation.
Correct. Well, we don't have policy on it, and it's my understanding ISBA is attempting to create a policy to address this. Isn't that what you said at the last meeting? Yeah.
We learned that at the Hot Topics at the conference.
Okay.
ISBA is working on policy as we speak.
Okay. So I don't know if to show the parents that we are all in alignment with not introducing critical race theory, if we adopt a resolution, if just verbally saying it is sufficient. My concern is critical race theory is actually intertwined in a lot of stuff.
Right.
And I want to put as much protection for our children as we possibly can to show the parents our focus is education, that we are teaching math, reading, writing, the fundamentals of education into the weeds, indoctrinating them to think certain ways or to feel certain ways or to, it's just, that's not our job. Our job is to educate them to be productive citizens, and the foundation of education, reading, writing, and arithmetic. So I don't know how we protect them, but I think we have to. That's what the parents want. They want a safe place for their children. They want them to know they're going to school to learn about education. So I don't know. It really bothers me, this concept that's out there, and, respecting freedom of speech, etc. These are children. So
we should not be into social engineering as students. We should be teaching them the basics. And when I started researching this a little, it was pretty disturbing that there's all kinds of words that can be disguised as critical race theory, things you wouldn't think about: diversity, equity, culturally responsible, collective guilt, diversity, again, restorative justice, restorative practices, social emotional learning is one of them. And that's one that is even, in our district mission statement. It was there before I came and was put together by the administration, and I don't know if that was the intent or not, but that's kind of disturbing, and it needs to certainly be addressed in how we can keep this out of our district. And I know that there's laws against it, but I think that when you're dealing with curriculums and things like that aren't gone through with a fine-tooth comb, you don't know what's going to sneak in there. I think that it's part parental responsibility, not in terms of, just in terms of listening very carefully. And I really respect our community, because I feel like so many people want good for their children and reflect the values that, we're trying to uphold here by having this discussion. And as a parent, taking that initiative to keep your school safe from that is very respectable. So whatever we need to do, I'm on board.
I agree with that, Debbie. I can't support or approve any kind of curriculum or materials or anything that would make any child in our district feel inferior or even superior to another person. So.
Absolutely, I am in total agreement.
I have a family member, I'll share this, quite personal, maybe inappropriate, I don't know, but maybe it's gonna make me upset. But I have a family member, a child, who's subjected to another child in a district where this is happening. And we have dealt with this child for nearly a week, trying to convince her that she was not adopted because her skin color is not the same as her grandma's. Because of this, she's 7 and she's worried about being adopted because another child in another school district where this is happening made sure to tell her that. So I have absolutely no tolerance for any of it at all. And it just sickens me that we even have to have this conversation when we're trying to worry about if they're doing good on a math score, if they're doing, can they read it, can they spell it, you know, and now we're subject to this. So yeah, that's my my perspective on it. It's just, I vehemently abhor it at all. So it's illegal. This board member would never support anything that has to do with that would take time to make sure that children understand that their skin color, that in itself to me is racist.
Right.
When you're teaching somebody that you have to pay attention to skin color and sex, that in itself is the very definition of the thing they say they're for. So
well, with it be, go ahead. Go ahead, Trustee Major.
I was disagreeing. I said absolutely. I couldn't agree more with Ramona.
I would have to say as well, I would, especially with it being in statute and being illegal, I would request and fully support disciplinary action on any teacher proven to have made any materials available to any of our children that goes against state statute, especially in this. In this.
Definitely.
So I think we do need a resolution, so that the people have something tangible that they can share. You know, people like tangible things, you know, that they can share with other people or whatever, and it puts it on writing. You know, we
This
make
is where we
promise
stand.
to this community. You know, and I think the community's pretty clear on where they stand. But that's my opinion of the whole subject.
Rob, do you have any input?
I mean, it's illegal already, so.
Enough said. Okay. All right, so
I don't think
then,
the patrons need to worry.
well,
They will.
they will, yes. So I believe we should move forward with preparing a resolution that the trustees are not in favor of critical race theory, that we are supporting the law that's been passed, that it is not to be taught. We have nothing to do with 1619, so we need something to support that. Okay. Great, thanks, Chrissy. Next item for discussion is the subcommittee of the Board of Trustees operational plan.
So this is just from earlier, the ARP ESSER 3 required by federal law. We need to have meaningful stakeholder input every 6 months through September of 2023. My suggestion, the board can certainly do something else. My suggestion is that we have a subcommittee of the board and then they meet to give input and we bring it back to the board every 6 months. We can do one parent, whatever the board's pleasure is, we can do one parent per
school. We can do a couple from up north, we can do a couple at each grade level, whatever you'd like. We'll put that out there. And I'll ask the principals to help get names of people who'd be interested in getting feedback on that.
So this is a subcommittee, or this is a committee regarding the operational plan that we're going to be approving in October, correct?
Well,
Or September to get
October 5th.
before
Yes.
October 5th, yes,
Yes.
okay. Okay,
Which if I could put that group together sooner, then that would also help with the fact that a few of you said, we wish we could go in yellow, we don't like orange, but we need a middle ground. The subcommittee could also help with getting that information, getting some more parent input back.
well, respectfully, we're putting out an application for the math curriculum, math pilot. I would think that there should be, you know, an application or something that people need to fill out, not just handpicked. I mean, if people want to do it, then just have them fill out the paper and bring it back to us.
And maybe if we don't have representation from a specific area, maybe we could get some recommendations from administration, principals, whatever, if we don't have volunteer people who step up and say that they would like to. Maybe it's
And
recommendation.
My sole purpose of saying that is I think we should just stick to the same format, because if we're doing that committee that way, I think we should do every committee that way.
How many applications from parents do you have so far, Dr. Passy?
Hey, you've got one. That is great. Maybe you'll get two. You never know, but I'm glad you have one.
I don't think I was hoping nobody was gonna ask that question.
You know what? You have one, at least.
Well, I need more than one for the operational plan, so.
Well, if we have an application for the principal that says, hey, I really think you'd be great for this, please just fill this out and let's move forward. It's just showing that we're following our own procedures instead of selectively choosing when we do it.
Yeah. Open door policy to the committee.
And maybe when school starts, you can, you know, recruit a few more. You never know. We are summer, so.
How do we let the community know that we're looking for prospective applicants for these? Do we post on this texting with Skyward or Skylert or?
And it was on Facebook,
Okay.
on the website.
Okay.
But do we intentionally send it out to every parent, or do we just do the Facebook and the webpage? It did, okay.
And then the EduBlog's going out, welcome back, EduBlog's going out. Back in again, and then asking for parent help with the operational plan, go out as well.
Okay. Clerk of the board interviews. You weren't at the last board meeting, but the only trustee that responded was Debbie. Thank you, Trustee Major. However, since no one else did, we need to go through the people that have applied, weed them down, and get the interviews done. So I need people to look at the calendar to tell me when they're available.
Not next week.
Oh, that's right, you're going away. Next week.
I'm fine probably whenever.
Next week's out, then let's look at maybe that week of the 23rd doesn't work for me, but it depends, maybe the day, in the daytime or the evening.
I'm
after next week. After next week, I'm whenever.
You're on vacation again?
Next week I am.
Oh, okay, gotcha. We won't do anything next week.
So it's in line with those two, so it's good.
Okay, Debbie, can you do the 24th in the evening?
I can't.
Okay.
But, if you guys want to do it without me, I can do what I did before and give you the list of my top candidates and we can go from there.
Okay.
I just have something at 6:30, so I can't on the 24th.
Okay, not a problem. You would just need to review the candidates that have come in since you did yours.
Sure.
Okay. What about you? When are you coming back?
The 20th.
Okay, so you'll be back the
Yeah.
20th.
Yeah.
And Debbie, you said you can't do the 23rd either?
In the evening I could, yeah.
Okay, could you do the 23rd in the evening?
In the evening, yeah.
Okay, so Monday, August 23rd, we will review the candidates. Is the district room office thing this open? Okay.
What time are you looking at?
What time are you off Friday?
I'm off at 5. But
Okay, let's schedule, can we do 5:30? 5:30, please. My intention would be, is the 27th open of August, Friday? Are you available, Debbie, the 27th of August? It's a Friday.
I believe so. I'm just in the middle of baby now.
To do actual interviews
Yeah.
that day.
Yes, I am. Mm-hmm.
Would you rather it be a Saturday? Oh, I can't do Saturdays or Sundays, I'm sorry.
No, the 27th works for me.
Oh.
I can do, I will,
Hold on, let me see.
It's tentative.
Following's athletic schedule.
Oh, yeah, check the athletic schedule, please.
Friday night.
Oh, Friday night football?
Some football.
That's true. But we would be doing this during the day.
it will be,
It's for interviews, because if we're doing it Monday, we could get them called and in by Friday.
Just make sure.
I think that's sufficient time. Put your ducks in a row. I'm all for that. Thanks, Rob. So we could do, okay. Is the
so we have to be done by what time?
Oh, Lord, we need to be done by 2. So is the office this,
Yeah,
thank
we-
you, the
We
27th?
already have policy committee scheduled that day.
Oh,
so
yeah,
we
that's right.
schedule that.
We'll just, yeah. This has been dragging on forever, so let's do interviews then. Perfect.
27th.
On the 27th, Friday, the 27th. Can you do that?
What time on that day? My phone cut out, sorry.
That's okay. We would probably start the interviews at 9, which would mean we should probably be here by like 8:30. Will that work for you, Rob? What time do you get off during? Because you have a unique.
Get off early.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. All right.
If we had like 8:30 or 9 or 8, that can give me time to go get breakfast before I get.
Sweet. Would you like it to start a little later?
Yeah.
Okay. With your work schedule, I understand if, you know.
I'll
you can't
do
make it.
everything I can
Okay.
to be here.
Not a problem. Okay.
My concern is just I will have been off the
Right.
entire week before, so.
No, I understand that. And at least if you have provided the feedback, maybe if you could zoom in at points, that would work too.
Possibly, yeah.
Okay, okay.
See what we can pull out.
Okay, so moving on to the ISBA Fall Convention, that's up for discussion.
Yeah, where is that?
What is
again?
that?
Is this me?
Could be, you never know. I don't know when the ISBA Fall
Oh, I'm
Convention
sorry.
is. That's okay.
Okay, fall convention, I believe it's around the 18th of November, I'm gonna give you the for sure. So typically we would be planning who is interested in going to a convention. It is in
Oh,
Boise.
It's the 17th, 18th, and 19th. Yeah.
Fair. So planning should start. We do
No,
have to book a block of hotel rooms, which I'll do, and those can be canceled. But I just want to get a feel for who is interested in attending.
I would be interested in attending.
Oh, the 17th, I can't say that far out. That's a long way away in my world.
November 18th.
17th, 18th. Yeah, it's a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
And we typically fly in early that morning.
Ugh. The only airline flying to Boise is Alaska. So
I think I might be able to make that work as well.
I'm not so sure.
I think I could.
But they may have, based on what happened last year, they may have some virtual platforms too. So I mean, I would certainly be able to have some time to get on some virtual platforms. I'm sure that'll be an option at least.
okay, so they will be though holding this in person. Okay.
That's the plan right now.
Okay.
I can be tentative. That's a long way away for me.
Okay, the next item for discussion is the overall curriculum directory. We don't have one. So it was brought to my attention, I guess, Chrissy's been going back through all the past, trying to figure out what we have, when we got it, etc. We need to discuss this because, I mean, the board's responsible for approving the curriculum and we don't really even know what we're teaching, and that's not a good place to be in. Plus, it's supposed to be being reported to the Secretary of Education of Idaho, and we haven't been doing that as well. So, is there some way to accomplish a curriculum directory without having the clerk go back through every single board trying to determine when something was adopted or put in place? There's no other way? Okay.
Is there, can you help me understand? I know with the change in the law, now we have to report to the State Department, that part I understand. And I can tell you right now that I have a list of all of the current adoptions. So I guess, can we start with what we currently have and move forward? Or is there a reason that, can you help me understand why we need to dig back to find out?
Well, all the curriculum that's being taught, the parents need to have access to.
Right, and we have that.
Where? Because that to me would be the curriculum directory.
So all those textbooks that we had in.
Right.
Yeah, so.
So we have nothing beyond what was presented to us. So if we had a curriculum directory of everything that was presented to us in addition to the supplementals, because that all needs to be inclusive, I mean, that directory, it should show when it was adopted, how long we've been teaching it, etc. Are we able to show that?
I don't know if we're gonna be able to find the year, like VOAC was adopted in 1995-ish.
Okay.
And we weren't digital back then, so I don't know how to pull some of those, the dates.
Okay.
We certainly can create a directory based on all of the textbooks that we're housing here right now for parents to be able to see it and have that and then add to it as you guys make decisions about adoption. We can put that in place. I don't know how to find going back.
Okay. Well, because we know the science curriculum is 20 plus years old and needs to be updated. But Chrissy, since you've been tasked with doing this, do you want to put in a little bit of input about how you think this should be progressing or what you should be doing?
Well, and me and Ms. Sexton talked about this for a while and how this could be data mined, for lack of a better word. Board book does not go back 30 years.
Right.
So finding it is a beast. And then I think patrons, I haven't had anyone call me and ask what our previous curriculum was. They do want to know what we currently use now and how they can view it. And we have it available for them to view, which I think is important to them, and they want to know what we're currently doing. I don't also know how important it is to know how far back it was implemented, or the date it was implemented or passed by the board. I don't know if that's the best use of our time, as long as we're able to show them what we're currently using and they're able to thoroughly go through it at any time.
Well, I would think the curriculum that we're teaching, I mean, shouldn't that have some sort of a rotation or improvement or review to make sure that we're, I mean, it bothers me that our science curriculum is so outdated that now we're going to an online supplemental thing to try and help Band-Aid it. I don't think that's appropriate. I mean, not when we're spending $560,000 for computers.
But I think
that
if we're
bothers me.
simply talking about a curriculum directory, showing what we have in place and that it is viewable to the public is a.
But how do we know when to review what we need to?
That I don't know.
To move forward with?
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Well, if we just have a list of all the books, which is great, we need that, but we have no idea when it came into the district, which I understand some of that information is long gone. How do we know when we should be considering possibly?
They gave that in their curriculum presentation when they did the presentation to you in the workshop. They gave the years that they would go through, that you would be reviewing the board, their proposal for when the board would review curriculum.
For moving forward, that cycle of.
They put it into the presentation and the workshop.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then that should be included in the directory so that people can see, look, okay, so maybe we don't know when it came into the district, but we know that in 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, it's up for review. Unless something comes up that says, hey, we need to look at this now, not 2 or 3 or 12 years down the road. Okay.
Remember the conversation that we had was that the state used to have it was basically
Correct.
a 6-year adoption.
Right,
And
right.
For a very long time, this district, we followed that religiously.
Right.
And then we had that year where we were negative fund balance, and so we had to push pause and kind of figure out how to move forward in that. And so we're not on that same cycle anymore. But
And
so
the state doesn't do that.
The state, I was gonna say the state, if I remember correctly, the state doesn't even provide that cycle
All those
anymore. So.
supplemental materials that you approve, like we'll document this was the date that it was approved and
Right.
noted. And then for instance, if you denied something, we would be noting that, so we're keeping track of all approved and denied and actually the date in which you approved and denied it too. So
Okay.
that we start that running record.
No, that's fine.
Because we haven't had one.
Correct.
we can definitely include what we proposed.
Right.
I don't know that the board took action on it as far as approving that proposal, but that was our proposal, was next year, we want to look at, so 22, 23, we need to look at science.
Okay.
And so, we did have that laid out, we can definitely include that in that inventory.
Okay.
Kind of maybe as the cover sheet and the introduction.
Right.
Compiling
Well,
what we do have and then kind of moving forward with a plan on how to cycle those
okay.
moving forward.
So do we have sort of a layout or an agenda for how to proceed with the curriculum directory?
As long as you're okay with us starting with what we currently.
Well, I think we have to start with what we currently have. And then if there's other stuff that staff is using that's not in this current whatever, because we've had it in the district for 30 or 40 years, it needs to be added to that list.
But everything that we're using was on those tables.
Okay.
So
It was
some of
all
those-
approved
Yes,
at that.
some
So
of
that's
those
why they
books
brought
have-
all.
Okay.
Some of those books have been in the district. a
True,
very
they were
long
pretty,
time.
they were well loved, which
They
is a
were.
good thing.
Yes,
It's a good thing.
So I can't put when we adopted those.
Okay.
but certainly we can put them in there. but-
And I understand that, but if you've got a publisher date that says 1962,
Right, we can
I mean,
just- that's whenever
you can think, okay, well, give or take 5 years, maybe, I don't know, but just the thought of when we should be reviewing it to see if it's something that needs to be re-implemented or redone or whatever, however we do this. Okay.
And And that proposal that we put before the board was based on how out of date or the significant changes to the
Right.
standards. That's why science is coming next.
Okay.
And so we did put some thought into where's the greatest need.
Okay. Thank you.
So our website says that we follow the state of Idaho's curriculum adoption cycle. So we need to change that if we're not going to do that. And the state of Idaho does have a 6-year adoption cycle. So just to clarify, it's on their website. And you can get on the committee still. So we need to figure out if we're not going to do it, that's fine too. But just to clarify that, we need to fix the website then. But state of Idaho does have a 6-year adoption cycle.
Yeah, I don't think they've been following and adhering to it very well because we haven't got requests, or maybe that was just because of the COVID.
Yeah.
They also don't have the, I know for sure they don't have the savings they used to have. If they were adopting that year, you could get savings, and they don't do that anymore, so.
Yeah, it just says contract prices are adhered to for 6 years in order to save, and then it has all their publishers and all that. But I mean, we don't have to do that. We don't have to follow them because we might not want the new curriculum, or we might not, we might find something else we like. But I'm just saying we probably need to, I don't remember exactly what page that was on either for the curriculum, but the adoption cycle.
There is an adoption schedule. It's a 3-page document.
Yeah, somewhere on the website though that we said.
And this was created 1/10/20, so it's not ancient. And I would say we would want to be cautious because if, well,
Yeah,
we need to pay attention to what we're putting in our schools.
Yeah, the curriculum information page is actually where it says the district follows the recommended Idaho adoption cycle, which can be found at State Department of Education's website, and then it has the little link for the where to find it. So on our curriculum page, if we're not going to do that, we probably need to take it off.
Just remove that word.
Yeah, at the very end.
I think that's.
And that way people aren't expecting, that we're following 6-year cycle.
Okay, yeah. All right, next is the controversial issues in academic freedom.
Which is every issue we decided.
Hey. Now, and Idaho content standards, I don't know why this is here. Why is this here?
There were questions at a policy committee in regard to sex education and what
that's
grades they're taught at.
Right.
And so on. So we added that health curriculum so you could see.
So sex education is taught as a health curriculum? And that's what it's titled? Okay.
It's not titled sex education, but in grade band 3 through 5, there is an expectation that we're teaching growth and development, which we do at 5th grade. And then in the grade band 6 through 8, there is expectation that we're teaching sexually transmitted diseases, which we do at grade 8. And then at the 9th through 12th, there's another one, and it's not labeled sex ed, and
so it's broken
those are the
apart.
things that so we're teaching specifically to those standards.
Okay.
At those identified grade bands. And those are opt-in, not opt-out, just so the board is aware. Students who do not have a permission slip signed by a parent cannot participate.
Okay. Okay, so this controversial issues and academic freedom was adopted in 2007. And I do think that this policy requires some input. I don't think it's from the board members because of how it's written. And I don't remember, because this isn't the highlighted one from, let me see, maybe if I go to the, I don't remember. 2340.
And it was the sex ed policy too, but that didn't make it to the discussion.
No,
Oh,
I have a note that we placed that one on hold because it's the form that goes with this one that
Oh,
we're
okay,
discussing right now.
okay.
okay, so we did work through this. On the page one, in the 5th paragraph, this was one of the questions I had. It says the standards are expressed via the goals and objectives of the adopted curriculum, by adopted textbooks, by board policy, and by the district's mission statement. Our previous policy, the district mission statement, is on the new one coming in from ISBA. Our previous one said from the school's mission statement, which I discovered that each school, which it should be, has their own mission of how they're trying to attain their academic goals. So I don't know if because we were bantering back and forth, because the district's mission, the district's statement is the overarching umbrella that every school is nestled under. So I didn't know if it should be an issue or should not be an issue. If it should be back to what we previously had, which was the school's mission statement, or if it should remain as under the district's mission statement. So I do think that there needs to be board input on that. We did have some questions for Lisa on this. And just, I'm looking at the one we worked on. Just to remember.
Our questions were in regard to the sex education part of it and when
Right.
it was first implemented in our district and what grade levels.
Right.
And how are parents informed of it?
Okay. Because it was brought up that a statute is very clear with regard to sex education, and yet we're quite explicitive on what we're teaching in the statutes. Like, you really shouldn't be doing that. You're kind of in the weeds. But then we've got standards that totally go in a different direction than the statute goes.
And legally, we are required to teach the standards.
Okay.
We can teach more than what
Okay.
the state board has put out, but we cannot teach less.
Okay.
So, which is why we have always been very careful about making sure that in 5th, 8th, and then in their high school health class.
Okay.
That for kids to participate in that, and it's one day.
Okay.
It's not a unit.
Okay, that's good to know.
And it's that they have to, they can only participate if they have parental permission.
Okay.
Written parental permission.
Okay.
So we've stayed out of, and for as long as I've been in the district, we've shown the growth and development. I mean, I saw the growth and development video when I was in 5th grade, and it's been a thing for forever.
Oh, we discussed some things that I learned that it's like, are you kidding me? So yeah.
Yeah. But for as long as I can remember, that's what it has been.
Okay.
5th, 8th, and high school health.
Okay.
And it is just one standard, so it's covered and then it's done.
Okay. So I think those were the questions prior to bringing it to a first read that does any board member want to give any input on?
Well, if we're asking about the word schools and district, my thought was district because it's a district policy we're talking about, and then each school, I mean,
Right.
I don't see that it infringes on the school's ability to, retain their way of teaching there. This is a district policy,
Okay.
but I mean, that's just the way I look at it.
I like your point.
Okay. Any input, Rob?
I mean, I think, yeah, it is a district policy, so.
Okay. Any input, Debbie?
No, it's a touchy subject, but we gotta address it, so
Okay.
thank you.
You're welcome. Any more conversation on this?
Yeah, I did have, that's right, now that I look at it. So, and I guess maybe you can tell me off the top of your head, or I can go back and look at I didn't really understand why the health standards were on there, but now I know why. So does the standard say that we, because the statement is made, this does not preclude giving impartial viewpoints on both sides of issues such as the right to an abortion or on the issue or the use of birth control methods. Does the standard specifically state that we have to address those topics?
I do not believe so. I think the focus really is on for 8th and 11th is on sexually transmitted diseases and being healthy. I don't believe we get into conversations about how to avoid pregnancy. I can follow up high school level if you want me to.
Yeah, it would be nice to know that, so we know, make sure that the policies and everything are in alignment, and that how to answer the question if it does come up.
That was a good question, trustee Grissom. If we don't, find out if we'll have to teach.
Interesting objectives.
So if anybody's interested, if you go to, and I think we had that on the other one, so all of our guidelines for this is 33, 16, 08, 09, 10, and 11 for the statute. So that's why I brought some of it up, because in reading through it, I don't know that we're doing some of those or aren't doing some. So I'll pay closer attention to those before we get back to the sex ed policy and
okay,
look at them too, just to see. Because I don't know the other part of that, and maybe I should wait for the other policy to come, but it is in the last paragraph of the policy we're talking about, the controversial issues. The statute does say that the school district shall involve parents and school district community groups in the planning, development, evaluation, and revision of any instruction in sex ed education, they say, offered as part of this new program. When I read that, it reminded me of the curriculum. It was a syllabus or something we were given. I don't remember, a couple of years back to approve, and I didn't know if that fell underneath this or not. So I figured this time around we just paid attention to it.
With the growth and development, I just read that for the 9th through 12th high school growth and development, it does say healthy relationships and sexuality, consequences of sexual activity, example of personal, legal, and economic responsibilities of parenthood, encouragement of abstinence from sexual activity, sexually transmitted diseases, example, transmission and prevention, and pregnancy prevention. Information should be factual, medically accurate, and objective.
Okay,
That's the standard.
good, so that's pretty much covers.
Sex ed, 9 through 12.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you. I don't think I have any more questions on that.
Okay. Are there any announcements?
I have a few just to update you guys.
Okay.
Coming up with the last board meeting we had, we talked about the city of Raft Room and the possibility of holding board meetings there because they're more equipped technology wise. They have not responded
Okay.
at all to my inquiry about that. Same goes for ISBA. I've inquired about a Robert's Rules of Order training. I've looked for a Region 1 trainer, so I need your help on that one. I remember you saying that you might know of somebody that does a training in our area.
Mhm.
So if you have a name, that would be
Okay, I'll see if I
great
can
to
get
get to
that
me,
for you.
and I would follow through with that.
Okay.
And then in the last board meeting, Trustee Major had asked for the total cost for athletic officials for the last year.
Actually, that was
And-
me.
Oh, was that you?
That
I'm
was
sorry.
me. That's okay.
So then Trustee Major had emailed yesterday and said that she hadn't seen anything about activity funds on the agenda. And so I had sent her the information. Brian had compiled it for us. So I can email it to you. I'll say it out loud right now so you have it. But
Sure.
I'll email it to you guys also. But the total cost for the last year overall was $87,027.79. And then there is a breakdown of individual, both middle schools and high schools.
Okay, if you could send that to me, that'd be great. Okay.
So that was just for the month, right? It didn't give us the breakdown for the whole year. It just gave us for July. What Brian sent, correct?
That was the annual cost.
That was the annual. Overall cost for the year was the $87,000.
Okay.
Is there any board member input for future agenda items?
Oh, yeah, I have a whole list. I don't know if I could just email them or not, or what to do, but I was sort of encouraged. I went back, like I said, and read. I picked a slot of time because the agenda seemed to keep growing. So I was curious, and I went back, and the same things that we have asked for as a board, like the activity funds, things, and some of the hiring procedures, all that was consistent every year back with full resumes, full information on who is being hired, what they look like, all those kinds of things. The activities, funds, things that we've talked about were addressed every year. They were brought before the board. So I just wanted to share that with the board in going and looking back, those things that I feel like the board has been told, you know, nobody's done it, we didn't do it, nobody knew, it was new, whatever. The prior board didn't know they did. It's all there in board book. I read all the way back to 2012. And I specifically even looked at August to see, because I'm still trying to get a calendar built that gives us this timeline of these things, so that we don't end up with these agendas that are till. I think maybe we need to pay attention to agenda building, and then I think that would maybe even alleviate, I don't know what you want to call it, frustration or whatever, but the majority of what this board has asked for did exist prior. And it's on the agendas, even including curriculum, including financial stuff. I mean, I was elated actually when I saw it, because it was like a roadmap. Oh, this is how it should be coming to the board.
Okay.
This is how it should be coming to the board. Oh, this is how the board handled it before. It was great. Because I talked to a guy with board book who showed me a little search thing, and we did a couple of things, because out of my frustration and finding information, I found all of that. So, you know, in your guys' spare time, you know, you maybe pick a month and go back and read through those, and it's actually quite refreshing, I found, to see that we're not in the weeds, we're not asking out of turn, and they're actually not new things, just for whatever reason, they got lost and they haven't been kept going forward. The other thing was the public doesn't have access to, like if they came and sat in a meeting, they would be able to see all of this presentation. They don't have access to these documentation that's in the meeting. I mean, I know we can't give them executive session stuff, but going back to what the AG said, is there a way that we can give them access so they don't have to do a records request? And then I'm thinking that might alleviate some frustration, maybe, if people could look at the document. Or I know
yeah, and so I will go back to previous meetings. I can slowly work through those, but
I don't know that you
I'm gonna
have to do
click on
that,
this.
but
Well, no, I think it's important, but I'm not seeing it on these permissions. But when I go
Okay.
into edit meeting, they're all, everything outside of executive session and personnel is available to the public to view. Oh, so if you were to go to, I'll show you really fast, our website,
mhm.
and then you click on our, and so the public can click here.
Right.
If they were to go to today's agenda,
Mhm.
all of those attachments that are outside of personnel are there for them to click on right there.
Okay, because I know there was people, I couldn't get to some the other day that I was looking at, and maybe that's why, because they were older.
They might be, yeah.
And then I had a conversation with somebody who was trying to get there, and I was like, oh no, you just go there. Well, then I jumped on a machine that didn't have access, and I was like, oh, you're right, it's not there. Okay, so maybe that's what it was. I didn't pay attention, so I just thought I would bring that up. So I wrote a note. I apologize. I know it's really late, everybody.
You're fine.
There was another one, 5:15. Yeah, I think maybe we can, maybe we just put this. So statute 33-550, hiring of personnel. I would really like to discuss that. So maybe it's a big topic, but there's some things on there that have to do with the library hiring and the nurse hiring and all this hiring stuff. Maybe we can just discuss this statute and how the board is actually carrying out their statutory duty, because I don't see it. The other thing is, it's important also, I have more, but they can wait, is the school attendance policy 3050 states that, and I looked at the truancy law and things like that, so I don't know exactly where that came from, but I do know that there's a letter that goes out to parents. If we pull up that policy, after the child has missed, I think the policy says, I think it's 9 days. And maybe somebody else can chime in if they know why this was set to 9 days. But I do know the letter that reaches parents is sort of threatening. And I think 9 days to just automatically pump out a letter is, I don't know. I just think something else needs to be done with it. If you read through the whole policy, I think it's a little much. I don't think it gives enough leeway or leniency to those students who might have some kind of health issues, or for whatever reason, maybe they are missing more than 9 days. I don't think a student missing 9 days should be getting a letter citing the statute to them about it being a misdemeanor and threatening. because they missed 9 days of school. And then it says that they would only be excused through a doctor's excuses and a legitimate illness. Well, what's a legitimate illness? I don't know what that is. Legitimate to who? So,
Where's this letter that you're talking about? I'm sorry.
Actually, my granddaughter got one, and her mom was a teacher here, and it was very threatening, and unfortunately she threw it away. I wish she would have kept it. And I don't know how many have gotten that letter, but after 9 days, it wasn't even a 9-day absence, but anyways, the letter was generated and sent, and it was a little overboard, I think, without any prior contact or anything, just to find this letter in your mailbox that had the language it had. So, in the policy itself, I think definitely needs to be reworked, especially since we're getting ready to start school.
Well, according to the policy that was revised in 2016, it shows that on the 10th day of absence, a letter is sent withholding credit and petition. But then it says no petition filed, withhold credit. And if a petition is received, I mean, the policy gives a breakdown, but it doesn't reflect what type of letter is sent, I guess.
Yeah, it just needs to be, I just wanted to make sure that we had that.
Okay.
So that it's on our purview to make sure that we address this before school starts. And then, of course, the administrative guidelines, I don't know where that is or what that is that we're supposed to be referring to. The other thing is that reading through some of the other things, the statute, that's what made me dig all the way back in board book, is that we're also supposed to be approving the employee handbooks. I've never seen an employee handbook. We're supposed to be approving all these other things that I haven't seen either. So I know some people feel like this board is, overstepping its bounds, but the bottom line is the statute says we must be doing these things. And if you go and look in board book in 2012 to 14, 15, it's there.
Right.
It's all there, but it just stopped for whatever reason. So maybe we need to go back again and look for some guidance to make sure that we're doing this stuff, some of it properly, and not causing more frustration on everybody's part.
I would agree.
So is that. I'll save the rest of my input. Oh, I guess I won't. And I don't know how to do this, if I need to bring it up or have it put back on the agenda for the next meeting, but the minutes of June 24th, which we did approve, actually have need some correction as far as some statements that were made during the meeting. So I guess we need to revisit that, just because I'm sure people are going and reading them.
Okay.
And that was all my input. Thank you for your time, everybody.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I guess, I don't know if this should have been under announcements, but we do need to make a correction on board book. Under the minutes under the July 28th, 2020 meeting and the July 14th, 2020 meeting are the same minutes. The July 14th minutes got uploaded to July 28th. Okay. So that being said, if there's no other board member input for future agendas, I would entertain a motion to enter into executive session.
I'll move that we enter into executive session per Idaho Code 74-2061A and B.
I'll second the motion.
Hearing a motion and a second, we need a roll call vote.
Trustee Major,
Yes.
trustee Bain,
Yes.
Chairman Thompson,
Yes.
trustee Grissom.
Yes.
Trustee Evans.
Yes.
Okay. Those are cute shoes.
Oh, thank you.
Are they comfortable?
They're very.
All the exciting
And
stuff.
is this microphone on?
I did turn it on and I turned the volume up. All right, so we've now exited executive session and I will entertain any motions.
Well, first, I would move to approve the HR memo as it was submitted on the agenda.
I'll second that.
Hearing a motion and a second, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Are there any other motions to entertain from executive session?
I'd like to move to request to release certified employee 08.12.2021K from contract for 2021-2022 school year.
Do you like to approve that request?
Yes.
Okay.
Approve that request.
I'll second that.
Having a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Any other motions?
I will move to approve the request to release certified employee 08.12.2021J from contract for the 21-22 school year.
I second that motion.
I'll second that.
Just curious.
I skipped.
Okay. It's so late. I don't know. Not a worry.
I know, I'm
right.
a little.
I was keeping track of it.
I am a little rusty.
Thank you.
Not gonna lie.
Having a motion and a second, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Any other motions?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the request to release certified employee 08.12.2021L for the contract for 2021 through 2022 school year.
I will second that motion.
Hearing a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. And with that, the meeting is adjourned.